Who loves the gossip? I don't like the gossip. Somebody else except. Sorry. I'm pissing him off.
With Chucky's call, under 3 hours of dumbbell bleeding, an interruption arises in the form of Jennifer Tilly's personal assistant. Chucky finds a hiding spot so that he can surprise and take care of her, while Tiffany steps out of the room to grab a drink. When she comes back, she's faced with a very different situation. Glenn has now changed his identity and appearance to Glenda. In order to murder Jen's assistant with a makeshift flamethrower. Tiffany is taken aback by this psychotic new behavior, even if she did get what she wanted by Glenda choosing the female identity. She slaps Glenda in the face, telling her to wake up, and this seems to revert her back into being Gwen. Essentially, these are two identities living in one body. If you've seen Psycho, it helped inspire the concept, which I talked more about in the Things You Missed episode on Season Chuck. Before they have time to really sort this out, it's time to deliver the baby, and Tiffany serves as the middle. Yes, we can tell by the blue blanket that you somehow have. However, to Tiffany's surprise, there's also a second twin, and this one's a girl. With 3 human bodies collected, plus 1 extra, it's time to perform the voodoo ritual. Tiffany interrupts to allow Glenda the opportunity to choose which twin she wants to inhabit, but realizes since they have the amulet, this choice doesn't have to be permanent. They don't show up, so she rushes Chucky along to perform the ritual, and when everyone's screaming at him, he snaps and backs out of the whole thing. She's unwilling to change her course. She's seen the opportunity for Hollywood stardom, and she chooses that life over an eternity as a doll and breaks up with Chucky. So, there's just one problem. You don't break up with the chum. He attempts to throw a knife at her, but she's saved by Stan, breaking free at just the right time. Or, from his point of view, just the wrong time. She throws the blade back at her now ex-doll, but with the police just outside and on their way upstairs, all 3 toys have to duck out. Tiffany and Glenn are able to hitch a ride with the ambulance and sneak into the hospital room where Jennifer Tilly is being tended to. They hide under the bed and listen in on the latest information. The police have somehow cleared her of being a killer, despite being the only witness of the effects guy's death, Red Man's death, her limo driver's death, her assistant's death, and 3 other people on the dead row, which makes no sense. But the police aren't convinced that she's mentally competent and might not let her see her newborn children. Tiffany injects something into her IV, which causes her to pass out, and once again tries to proceed with the soul transformation. Like her initial spell to try to reawaken Chucky, there's something about how Tiffany performs the ritual that causes the effects to be delayed, and this allows Chucky time to get inside and lodge an axe into her head. With her dying words, she tells Glenn to be a good girl for her boy, and not to make the same mistakes that she and Chucky did. But these aren't really her accidents, obviously. As you can see, there's more time left in the video. The soul transfer takes effect and she rolls over, now in Jennifer's body. Not you. But seeing his mother get chopped up awakens something inside of Glenn, and Tiff slides in the axe and uses it to finish Chucky once and for, well, once. After the deed is done, she tries to console her son, who is surely full of confusing emotions at this point. We can assume they next took the ambulance to the nursery to transfer Glenn and Glenda into their human bodies. When the ritual was performed, they really did switch places. At first, it appeared that Jennifer Tilly switched into the doll body and died immediately. But apparently she actually survived, and Tiffany held on to the doll to use Jennifer for her advantage. She put her to work, forcing her to do her taxes, play online poker, and even do voiceover work as Bonnie on Family Guy. All of this so Tiffany could live the life of luxury for years to come. Tiffany took over Jennifer Tilly's life, but she was really worried that Jennifer's close relatives would notice something was off about her behavior. So, to avoid any suspicion, she cut off contact with her. Tiffany didn't want the twins to feel lonely and without a sense of extended family, so she started ordering Jennifer's actor. The get-togethers included Bound co-stars Gina Gershon and Joe Pantoliano, as well as Sutton Strap, and they became like the twins' aunts and uncles. Around this time, it was likely that the movie Seed of Chucky went into production, as Jennifer Tilly has a Seed of Chucky poster in the front. Also note that Jennifer Tilly was credited for being in Bride of Chucky, but I assume that came out before Tiffany's show. The release dates of these movies in the Chucky universe obviously doesn't align with the release dates in our world. All of this happens before the twins' 5th birthday on March 20th, 2009. Tiffany has assumed the life of Jennifer Tilly, so she's holding a big party at the Hollywood Hills Manor. As a single mother, she's hired a new nanny, Fulvia, to help look after the kids, who loves Glenn, but literally fears Glenn. Tiffany uses the doll to beat down Fulvia in an act of revenge for her disloyalty. At the time, it appeared to be just an object, not moving and not alive. It's possible that this was Jennifer, holding entirely still. Or maybe she just acquired multiple wedding bell dolls during this time. She once again writes this off as a little slip, says she's continuing to use the Rome wasn't built in a day as an excuse to continue her killing career. It seems she has an understanding with Glenda, the murderers of the two kids, to keep all this quiet, maintaining the illusion of a perfect family for Glenn, which is what he wants more than anything. She likely continued living as a Hollywood movie star and poorly parenting her kids through the turn of the decade. At some point, she went back across the country to retrieve her car, which was left outside her old trailer in Lockport, New York. Glenn and Glenda would be 8 years old at the beginning of 2013 when Chucky next pops up. We don't know if there was an event that caused Tip to get back together with him yet again after the dramatic breakup nearly a decade before. All we know is that Chucky somehow shows up at the front door of the woman he was seeing in 1988 right before he got killed, Sarah Reeves. It's possible that somebody helped pack and mail Chucky to Sarah's doorstep, but if that is the case, I don't think it was Tiffany that helped. Because as I alluded to earlier, I don't think Tiffany ever knew about Sarah, and Chucky wouldn't want to put himself in a situation where Tiffany starts asking questions about who this woman actually is. There's no way she would help him when she found out. Chucky doesn't necessarily need Tiffany's help to package and mail himself. For example, in Child Play 3, he mailed himself to the military academy despite not having connected with her. We can only assume he tricked someone else into helping him, or he somehow does it himself. It's not really explained. Anyways, after arriving in Rhode Island, Chucky massacres the Pierce family, and the only survivors are Sarah's daughter, Mika Pierce, and granddaughter, Alice Pierce. There's a very public trial in April 2013 where the Chucky doll is used as a key piece of evidence, and Mika is blamed for the murders and Hope for the insane. Tiffany probably heard about this in the news and realized that Chucky was back and started to fall for him again because she can't resist that killing. It's an inescapable cycle for her. On April 6th or 7th, the day that Mika's trial ended, she pulled out an old trick by bribing a police officer to bring her the evidence, aka the Chucky doll, before grabbing him from behind and slashing his throat. The same thing she did to Robert Bailey 14 years before. Presumably, Chucky and Tiffany had rekindled their relationship, and Tiffany agrees to help him with his plan by mailing him to his next destination, where Chucky tricks Alice into letting him perform the chant and to take over her life. After doing so, Tiffany goes through the adoption process to become Alice's legal guardian, using the name Tiffany Val. Sign the adoption paperwork with the movie star Jennifer Tilly.
Yeah.
Remember when I said that Chucky and Tiffany hiding Tiffany's original human body would be important later? This is why. Tiffany is an expert at disposing of human remains, so nobody ever finds her original corpse. This allows her to be Jennifer in her day-to-day life, but also Tiffany whenever it's convenient for her. If Jennifer had tried to adopt Alice, there would have been a huge spotlight on her. And if something were to happen to Alice, it wouldn't look good, considering that Miss Tilly was the sole witness of 6 murders that took place in her house in 2004. But since Tiffany is the one adopting the child, people aren't really going to be paying attention. This also goes back to what I said earlier. Tiffany, not just romantic love from motherly love. From the outside, it's a random woman taking in an orphan little girl, but from her point of view, she's adopting her mother, which is weird. After Alice's usefulness eventually runs its course, she is allegedly killed, something that Tiffany later expresses regret for. Even here, she can't fully suppress her motherly instincts. I'm assuming Tiffany was also the person to mail one duplicate Chucky to Annie Barker's apartment 6 months later on November 8th, 2013, though it didn't end well for her. This doesn't really matter though, because by this time, Chucky has discovered a new spell on voodooforDummies.com that allows him to split his soul into multiple different bodies. Tiffany would also find uses for this spell, and Chucky and Tiffany's relationship would get a whole lot more interesting. By the year 2017, Tiffany and Chucky are somehow still on good terms, or at least they're back on good terms. Who knows how many times they broke up from 2013 to 2017. Chucky's new plan is to create an entire army of Chucky dolls using the voodooforDummies.com spell. It seems like there's a limit to how many times he can to any soul individually, but if he can get an innocent to kill for him, he can automatically possess a massive number of dolls. Tiffany is in on this plan. She does her part by visiting the psychiatric hospital where Mika Pierce is being held in captivity on January 23rd. When Mika enters the room, Tiffany can be seen sharpening her deadly nail file, and she's all dressed up in red, her favorite color. She has gone with just for today. In the scene, she's playing the role of Alice's mother, Tiffany Valentine. As far as the public record is concerned, this woman has never been married, so she doesn't go by Tiffany Gray when using this identity. From the get-go, the two don't get along, and Tiffany casually drops that Alice is dead, which devastates me. She fakes a few tears of her own and says that she suspects Alice's death was due to a broken heart.
Hey! Your cousin from Boston. It means okay to BFFs. Another stand on go with that? Nice. Take your time. I like this guy.
Essentially, she wants Nika to feel like she's responsible. But messing with Nika was just a bonus. The real purpose of the trick was to smuggle a new Chucky doll into the mental hospital.
No, this is totally bigger to help with other things. She thought you could help.
With her mission accomplished, she leaves. 2 days later, on January 25th, she gets Andy Barclay a call and introduces herself as
Jennifer, even I was Jennifer.
which means she has probably been freely switching between the two quite a lot. I guess nobody noticed that Tiffany got her tattoo. Andy says she knows who she is and he's coming for her and Chucky, which she responds to by informing him that there are 3 of them: Chucky, Tiffany, and a second Chucky. She invites Andy to join the cult, which he refuses, so she delivers a message from Chucky.
It's just a single word. Just
Chucky continues to carry out his plan by inhabiting multiple dolls inside Harrogate Hospital. The only other thing Tiffany does during this time is split her own soul into another body. Remember how I said she got a second wedding bell doll? It's a good insurance policy to have a backup in case either of them gets killed. When the time comes to get out of Harrogate, Tiffany essentially plays the role of a getaway driver, which may have brought them closer together because she was there for him where his old driver Eddie Kakuda was not. I mean, he wouldn't have been on the run in 1988 in the first place if it wasn't for Tiffany, but it's a nice gesture nonetheless. Okay, not really. They're both cats. Chucky walks out after possessing the body of Nika, and Tiffany is just happy to have her man back in the human body. It didn't matter that it was a woman's body this time. We saw very early on in her history that she's about sexual. Like that first encounter, they make out next to the dead body. In this case, the Harrogate Hospital security. I hope they didn't do this kind of stuff when Chucky possessed Alex. If you're like me, you've probably wondered at some point during the story about how law enforcement can be so totally incompetent. Charles Lee Ray was a well-known serial killer in the 80s. Tiffany had many of her own run-ins with the law during that time. Surely someone saw them together. Surely someone noticed that her disappearance in 1999 coincided with the appearance of Charles Lee Ray's fingerprints on many new crime scenes. Surely eyebrows were raised when Tiffany Valentine reappeared out of nowhere to adopt the last remaining family member of Charles Lee Ray's ministry. Well, it seems that at some point between 2017 and 2021, investigators finally connected those dots, and Tiffany Valentine is identified as a known accomplice to Charles Lee Ray. This information goes public on the air. She's no longer able to use that identity, so she continues going by Jennifer Tully in public and Tiffany Ray around the show. My theory is that Andy was the one to point police to the fact that Charles and Tiffany are affiliated because when she talks to him on the phone in Colt, he tells her, "I know who you are." In March 2021, Glenn and Glenda turned 17, so Tiffany can go away on trips more often and not have to worry about them as much. At some point, she takes Chucky back to Hackensack to revisit the early parts of their relationship. Since there are multiple Chuckies now, I'll refer to this version as the Nika Chucky. Nika occasionally takes the driver's seat, which Tiffany kind of likes, but pretends not to notice for now.
Sometimes when we're together, I see you looking at me, and I notice you. It's not Chucky. It's you and I guess for those moments.
If you thought it was not possible for Chucky and Tiffany's relationship to get any more weird and toxic, think again. Despite this, she continues helping Chucky with his master plan to terrorize America with an army of Chucky dolls. To do this, she meets with Hackensack's mayor, Michelle Frost, who throws a benefit screening at an auction. The proceeds of the screening are supposed to fund Better Days Children's Hospital, with the dolls being sent to sick kids across the U.S. Each one is a vintage good guy doll and a good person. If the plan works right, each of these 72 dolls will be possessed with Charles Lee soul. Although her feelings for Chucky are mixed, Tiffany could never pass up an opportunity like this to spread mayhem. And from Mayor Cross's point of view, it's a good PR stunt to promote her re-election, a distraction from the fact that the death toll in her city has been on the rise. The charity event is scheduled for mid-November. On November 8th, 2021, Chucky and Tiffany are back in the hotel room where they first made love, this time with a new prisoner, and the old arguments start up again, this time about Jennifer's weight, which has basically been on a steady incline. The next day, she cuts their guests up into smaller pieces and tries to pack them into the suitcase, and her inability to do so, combined with Chucky's unwillingness to help, causing her to storm off again. It's basically the same fight about the dishes, still going on 2 decades later. In mid-November, Tiff puts her monster residuals to good use and buys Charles Lee Ray's childhood home in Hackensack to use as a base of operations for their ever-expanding polls. Before the deal closes, she sits around with Chucky in their hotel playing poker, a reference to the real-life Jennifer Tully's side career as a professional poker player. When she notices that Nika has covertly taken the driver's seat, it's probably her poker skills, but allow her to easily detect when control switches from Chucky to Nika. In a 2007 appearance on The Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson, she discusses how she worked with a celebrity profiler to learn how to read her opponent's body language. So she probably picked up on the subtle differences in behavior between Chucky and Nika. Nika is disabled from the waist down, but only when she has the weakness. When Chucky's in control, he can use Nika's legs freely. To test her theory, Tiffany sticks a knife into Nika's leg and, as expected, gets no reaction. Before revealing that she knows it's Nika, she plays along and tests her abilities, learning that Nika drinks less beer, bites her nails, and takes bigger risks, at least in poker. She's able to trick Nika into revealing her herself because Tiffany has a great poker face. She is not only welcome in the card game, but also in their conversation. Jennifer Tilly won her first professional poker tournament in 2005, which works well with her timeline. In the Chucky universe, this is 1 year after Tiffany possessed her vial, so we can assume she was actually Tiffany who made her great at poker. Eventually, Tiffany reveals she knows it's Nika and gets choked up as she explains that she actually prefers being with me. She claims that she actually bought the Sherwood Lane house to share with Nika, not Chucky. But honestly, I don't even know if she's telling the truth about that because she's kind of unraveling at this point, or at least unraveling more than usual. She says that she wants to find a way to keep Nika in the driver's seat instead of that rat Chucky, but then proceeds to randomly knock Nika out with a frying pan. I think she's conflicted about what she wants. I know this is a character analysis video, but she's become so unhinged from the constant opening and closing the door on her relationship with Chucky that it almost doesn't make sense to try to make sense of her character at this stage. If I had to take a stab at it though, no pun intended, it seems like she wants to help raise Chucky's army because she likes spreading terror, but she's leaning towards Nika from the relationship standpoint. After picking up the keys to her new house, she ties Nika up in the chair in the living room and leaves her with the kids before heading out. We don't know exactly where she goes, but my assumption is that she's meeting with Mayor Cross to make sure they're still on for the benefits, which would serve as a positive distraction from the recent set of murders that plagued the town over the last month or so, which of course were caused by Chucky, who is still trying to convince an innocent soul to kill as part of the ritual. Tiffany's next move is to help Chucky move this along, this time not with her poker skills, but her acting skills.
Hey, it's your skin. Treat this acne with a max strength cleanse without discomfort. New CeraVe Acne Wash.
Chucky's new main target is middle school student Jake Mueller, who purchased another incarnation of the doll at a yard sale in October. I like to refer to this one as Coke Chucky, the same Chucky that Alice supposedly used to cope with the massacre of her family. In an attempt to make Jake more emotionally distraught, Coke Chucky kills Jake's father, then kills the aunt that took him in and three-wheeled him. However, Jake still refuses to kill, but Chucky realizes that there may be another child who will, Jake's cousin, Junior. Tiffany plays a part in driving Junior to the brink of homicide. One day, not long after buying the house, Tiffany shows up at Reeves' wedding. She makes a big entrance, walks up smiling to the grieving widower, and plants a kiss on his lips. Although her motive isn't clear at the moment, this is part of a larger effort to piss off Junior and to turn him against his dad by making him think that his mother killed herself because Logan was having an affair. She continues to push this idea when she brings over a meal for the mourning family, and Junior comes to the door to receive it. She tells him that it's important to have a woman in the house and plants the idea of herself as the mother figure in Junior's life, which fires him up because he only just lost his mom. Tiffany pretends like she slipped up and said too much before leaving. This, in combination with Chucky hammering it home later,
Cancer wasn't enough, huh? You had to cheat on her too, real fancy.
finally pushes Junior to kill his dad and completes Chucky's voodoo ritual. This all ties into the part that Jennifer Tilly is supposed to play at the benefits committee. That evening, Tiffany comes home and discovers Nika Chucky has gotten out of the chair and finds her laying on the ground. She assumes that Nika's in control, unable to get up due to her paralyzed legs, but this assumption ends up being incorrect when she receives a powerful kick, knocking her to the ground. This is Chucky, and he straddles her with a knife and threatens to kill her from the fourth time. Tiffany begs that he can't kill her because he still needs her, and she's absolutely correct.
I don't think it's for reasons.
I guess. She's right, bro. We need her.
It's interesting how she's developed this animosity towards Charles B. Ray living in Nika's body, but when she sees one inside of the doll body, she lights up and refers to him as Sweet Face. They're the same person. It's just that she's been spending a lot more time with the one in Nika's body, so their toxic relationship has turned them against each other.
Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, Chucky.
This is also the example I brought up earlier in this lesson. Chucky is a romantic partner to her, but she treats him like a baby. It's just weird. She takes Coke Chucky downstairs to where the army is awake. She also finds Jake's friend Devin, who's tied up, and the Junior, who has joined the side of the bad guys. After Chucky gives a speech to his troops, Tiffany sees to it that the army of Chucky's is packed in the transport truck and stows away the doll version of herself to facilitate things, in case the plan gets off track. She plans to meet the driver. Back in the basement, it's basically a party for the bad guy. She tries to talk to Coke Chucky, who brushes her off, as he's busy catching up with Nika Chucky. She gets especially butthurt when Nika Chucky brags about being able to pick up women, even in a woman's body. Tiffany mentions that girl on girl isn't the only thing that Nika Chucky is getting. She's talking about Pete. This causes Tiffany to wall up on Mika, Chucky, and slap, which seems to knock Chucky out of the driver's seat and give control back to Mika.
At least she treats me with a little respect.
Coach Chucky senses what's going on between Mika and Tiffany and offers an apology for his self-righteous attitude, but it comes with the caveat. Kill him. You know what that does to me. This leaves Tiffany flustered. She argues that Mika holds a part of Chucky's soul as well, but he doesn't care since there are 72 other Chuckies on the truck. She reluctantly agrees in tears.
Who is it you're afraid of losing, Tim? Me or her?
When Tiffany doesn't act, he orders Junior to do it, but before he can muster the courage, Tiff retaliates by attacking the doll and cutting his head off, which she picks up and delivers another dramatic breakup speech to. Chucky threatens to kill her with one of his many incarnations, but she boasts that he needs her too much. She brings out a suitcase, which she explains to be a present from Glenda, the violent one of her two twins. The luggage is filled with bombs, which she sets as a trap for Andy Barkley when he inevitably arrives. Tiffany Jr. and one of the 72 dolls that Junior stole are loaded up into the car and don't emerge again until the next day, when the mayor introduces Jennifer Tilly at the benefit screening and auction. During the announcement, the mayor's youngest daughter, Caroline, throws a fit because she wants to Chucky doll, so Tiffany gives her one extra.
I'm sure one wee sort of little sick child can take care of himself. Hey, sweetheart, you're very good guy,
She
doll.
doesn't seem to stay at the screening, which is odd because it's a prequel to the movie that she was so moved by Bride of Frankenstein. I'm guessing she's got other things to do, like meeting up with the driver and briefing him on when the plane leaves and how she's going to kill him if he's late. With that, she gets into her car and turns around to see that Andy has hijacked the truck. Not all is lost then. She must have forgotten about her backup plan, or maybe the tantrum was just part of the performance to get Andy to let the guard down before this happens. The doll version of Tiffany breaks the window and introduces herself to Andy by holding him at gunpoint and ordering him to drive to the airport if he knows what's good for him. Meanwhile, the human version of Tiffany goes back to her favorite room at the Hotel Hackensack with Mika, who is incapacitated. It's not clear how she snuck Mika's unconscious body upstairs without drawing suspicion, but given that she's a disposalized spirit, it's not hard to imagine that she'd also be good at smuggling firearms. She also had less weight to carry, because as a preventative measure, she decided to cut off all of Mika's limbs. This way, Chucky can't go anywhere no matter what. Can't pick her and can't kill her, as he promised back to her.
Stop dragging the real pain up and get long-lasting pain with courage. See how easy.
As Tiffany holds Andy at gunpoint, three good guy dolls from Chucky's army escape from their boxes and have their own conversation with Black. It seems that they don't recognize Andy and Tiffany right away, which Andy points out. They don't know me. They don't know you either. I don't know what she did. This distracts Tiffany, so Andy is able to swerve, making her drop her gun. He picks it up and blows her head off. And that is the end of the doll Tiffany that was introduced in Colt. That just leaves Tiffany living in Jennifer Tilly's body. She isolates herself and Mika in the Beverly Hills house and decorates Mika's room to look like a doll's room. Tiffany's obsession with dolls is projected on Mika, and she treats her like a doll, dressing her up, feeding her, and mothering her, despite Mika's discomfort with this. In addition to all of Tiffany's other problems, she becomes essentially agoraphobic. According to the Mayo Clinic, agoraphobia involves fearing and avoiding places or situations that might cause panic and feelings of being trapped, helpless, or embarrassed. It's often described as the fear of going outside, which may be a result of the authorities closing in on Mika's location. She uses a security system, allowing property so she can always know who's coming and who's going. Tiffany spends her time making Mika watch Jennifer Tilly movies, like when they watch Liar Liar. She repeats all of Jennifer's lines as if it was her who played that part. She's reveling in the past, just like the character Norma Desmond from Sunset Boulevard. Only she's obsessed with Jennifer's past, not her own. Mika criticizes her for living this way and points out that this lifestyle is not sustainable in the long run, claiming,
I know you went all of Jennifer Tilly Simpson's money. How does someone go through $100 million?
Tiffany brushes this off, saying,
It's not easy being me. It's not sweet being me either.
however, her sense of safety is shattered in November of 2022 when Tiffany wakes up to find a doll version of her under the covers of her. After feeding Mika breakfast, she pulls out her nail file and cuts her own hand open, and the sight of blood forces Mika to relinquish control to Chucky. Tiffany freaks out and assumes Chucky is responsible, to which Chucky responds, he's coming for her. We still don't really know how the doll had got there, considering Mika Chucky has no way of communicating with the others, and the multiple Chuckies are not a hive mind situation. Perhaps if a new Chucky is created, he would begin with all the information of the past Chuckies and thus know Nika Chucky's location. However, we don't know of any new Chuckies being created between the movie theater incident and the doll and wig up. Tiffany prepares for Glenn and Glenda's birthday weekend. The twins were born in March, not November, but they were busy. They were in school. Look, the birthday is just in November, okay? To keep Nika quiet during the festivities, Tiffany asks if she'd prefer the ball gag or, but their conversation is interrupted. Once again, the security system is breached as a detective rings the doorbell. Tiffany meets Detective Gavin, who is investigating the missing persons case of Nika Pierce. Caught off guard, Tiffany tells him that she knows nothing and shuts the door on him, hoping that he'll go away, which he does, but only temporarily. The next day, Tiffany is preparing the birthday cakes when she hears the gate chime, assumes that it's the twins, and allows access to the house. But when she gets to the door, it's Detective Gavin again, insisting that he thinks Jennifer Tilly is likely hiding Nika Pierce. In a panic, Tiffany slits his throat, and with no time to properly dispose of him, she jams his body into a coat closet and tries to mop up the blood with one of her sweaters, just as Glenn and Glenda walk in. After so many years and so much plotting, she finds herself back in the familiar position of trying to hide her violent true nature from the kids. They both seem suggesting that maybe Glenda was too young to remember witnessing Tiffany killed Penny on her fifth birthday. Tiffany plays off the blood as she scorns her, explaining that the violent content is what her fans want. This is enough to pacify Glenn and Glenda. As a reminder, they think that their mom is the actress Jennifer Tilly, and they don't really know who Tiffany Valentine is. As they talk, the twins reveal that they know that their mom is having money trouble, which makes her defensive. As she tries to change the subject, Glenn asks who Nika Pierce is, again catching her by surprise, that the twins are not supposed to know anything about her. Tiffany wavers back and forth between claiming that Nika is someone that she barely knows to saying that she's an obsessed stalker, which is why she needs all the security. In the midst of this, Glenn gets up to look for a cell phone charger, and Glenda uses the opportunity to ask if there's anything that she's hidden from her, because both of them keep having the same nightmare. Glenda describes this nightmare, which involved lighting a woman on fire and a man addressing someone named Shotguns. Tiffany, realizing that Glenda somehow remembers killing Jennifer's assistant in 2004, panics and blames it on Glenn and Glenda's very active imagination. To prevent them from finding the room that Nika's in, she hires a butler and even gives him a fancy name. Gee, it's very original. We have no idea where Tiffany found this guy or what his deal is, but she puts him in charge of guarding the door to Nika's room. While she's leading him to his post, she's startled to find Glenn trying to get into that same room. Tiffany quickly shuts this down and tries to play it off as if it's no big deal, claiming that all of her shoes are removed. As Tiffany walks back to the living room, she's met with another surprise. Literally. Apparently, Glenn and Glenda arranged their own surprise party with Gina Gershon, Sutton Strack, and Joe Pantoliano. The whole situation turns into a huge intervention, her friends wanting to know why Jennifer disappeared on them for the past year. But things get worse for Tiffany when Jennifer's sister, Meg Tilly, arrives. While everyone else has been ghosted for only 1 year, Meg had been ghosted for 20. Tiffany does her best to brush the whole thing off, but Meg isn't having it and pleads for answers. As Tiffany does a wardrobe change to look more appropriate for the party, she puts on the dress Jennifer Tilly wore to the Academy Awards. Little does Tiffany know, the whole party was all a distraction so that Glenn and Glenda could help Nika escape. Glenda slips some arsenic into G's drink, killing him and leaving the door to Nika's room unguarded. When Tiffany and the dinner guests discover G's body in the now empty bedroom, Tiff acts fast and convinces everyone that this is a murder mystery dinner party and that Jeeves is just acting. This works to her advantage because she too needs to find out who killed Jeeves so that she can use that person to find the missing Nika. As everyone investigates, Tiffany has two separate bedroom encounters, one with Gina Gershon and the other with Joe Pantoliano, both of which serve to further distract her from Nika's escape until Chucky regains control of Nika's body and sneaks up on her as she's hitting Meg, pulling a gun into her face.
I'm almost gonna miss you.
I think it's fair to say by this point, Chucky and Tiffany went from being a toxic couple to being toxic exes. The initial attraction that kept drawing them back to each other does seem to genuinely be gone, and now they're just trying to kill each other. However, to Chucky's surprise, the gun is empty, giving Tiffany the chance to slap Nika in the face, which, just like when Glenn/Glenda was a doll, forces Nika to switch back to her true self. As Nika awakens, she realizes this is her last chance for escape and truly books it out of there, using the prosthetic arm. Glenn and Glenda argue about leaving with Nika. Glenn's appalled that Glenda almost allowed their mom to be killed and opts to stay with Tiffany, while Glenda takes off with Nika to try to get to the bottom of what's really going on. Tiffany throws an absolute tantrum at the thought of losing her beloved Nika and tries to close the gate before she can get away, but Nika and Glenda make it through just in time and are taken away by a very ADA-compliant van that's waiting on the streets. Tiffany is left behind in a mess, and on top of everything that just transpired, Glenn asks who Tiffany Valentine is, but their conversation gets interrupted. Gina and Sutton go home. thinking that they just attended a really believable murder mystery party. But Meg isn't ready to give up and stays overnight, confronting Tiffany the next morning and demanding a connection with her sister. When Tiffany asks Meg when she plans on leaving, she says she won't leave until she gets some answers. Seeing that she's backed into a trap, Tiffany gets desperate. She leaves the room and goes into what looks like a storage room in her house. She's got a lot of secret rooms in this house. She pulls the cover off of the cage where the real Jennifer Tilly, who is living in Tiffany's old adult form, is being held captive. It probably would have made sense for her to just hide Nika in here during the party. Keep your prisoners all in one place. Tiffany ignores her pleas for chocolate and tells her that her sister is upstairs and she needs to know who the Dean brothers are. Jennifer realizes this could be her last chance to see her sister or possibly escape. So instead of telling about the Dean brothers, she explains the plot of the movie The Blues Brothers. When Tiffany recounts this to Meg, she realizes this and becomes even more suspicious. Feeling embarrassed, she storms back into the storage room, but this time she's followed by Meg and Glenn, who discover who this little prisoner is. Tiffany pulls out her classic nail and gives everyone Meg. No, that's not what happens. She brutally killed Meg in front of her own sister. That's one way to put a damper on the reunion. Glenn, who's always been sheltered from Tiffany's evil side, watches in horror.
My name is Tiffany Valentine, and I'm your goddamn mother.
As Tiffany sits down and explains everything to Glenn, she says that she had one last birthday present, the original Glenn/Glenda doll. They both vow that they need to go find Glenda. Tiffany was once heralded as the body disposal expert, but I guess she figured that hiding the body sitting in her house wouldn't do much good, because police would probably know that Detective Gavin's last whereabouts were at her mansion. Jennifer Tilly was about to become a fugitive no matter what. That being said, I still don't get why she sets the house on fire. It seems extremely unnecessary. But then again, she's not exactly a stable person. She drives off in her red Pontiac with Jennifer and Glenn. It doesn't take long for word to hit the news that the famous actress is a murderer, but that doesn't stop her from being swarmed by fans at a roadside diner. I can't tell if this is a dumb scene or some kind of scathing commentary on how people idolize celebrities too much. I don't know why she didn't just switch back into the doll body at this point. The only thing I can figure is that she kind of knows that once she returns to being a doll, Jennifer Tilly is going to be arrested, so she's savoring her final moments in a human body that resembles her own. She does plan to trade places with Jennifer again, but Jennifer no longer wants her own body now that she's wanted for murder. So she escapes the car and makes a run for it, but her escape is cut short when she is destroyed by a semi-truck, leaving Tiffany without a plan B. But first things first, Tiffany and Glenn's priority is getting back to Glen, so they continue the cross-country road trip back to where it all began, New Jersey. Tiffany and Glenn show up at the Catholic school of the Incarnate Lord later that week and discover all that has happened. Chucky was separated from Nika's body, and Glenda informs Glenn that their father is dead. However, as we all know, Chucky always comes back. But we'll get to that later. Tiffany, somehow more of an emotional wreck than usual, tries to talk to Nika, but Nika pulls a gun on her, hungry for revenge for everything that Tiff is worth. Glenn, being the more sheltered, non-violent twin, dives in front of Tiffany to save her and takes the bullet. Tiffany and Glenda rush her to the hospital, but due to Jennifer Tilly being wanted for murder, only Glenda can go inside. Glenn goes into a coma and is not expected to live much longer. So on December 22nd, 2022, Tiffany devises a plan to sneak in and transfer the twin back into the doll. I don't really understand why Glenda can't just do it. I mean, Tiffany is just going off the Voodoo for Dummies book anyway, but I'm not an expert on voodoo, and there's probably a very good reason that this particular soul transfer has to be performed by a third party. The plan is nearly foiled when a police officer discovers them, but quick-thinking Tiffany smashes him over the head with the vase. Shortly after, Glenda's murderous side comes out. This allows Tiffany to execute the voodoo ritual and leave with Glenn/Glenda packed safely in a suitcase, while the twins' abandoned human bodies lay in the hospital bed for this unfortunate nurse to find. Fun fact, these are not dead bodies, they're just abandoned vessels, which means I can show them. I've been waiting my whole career for something like this to happen. Tiffany gives Glenn/Glenda a makeover and asks what she should call the unified child. Everyone agrees that the name GG would be appropriate. You got one G for Glenn, you got the other G for Glenda. It's perfect. Also, GG's English accent comes back for some reason, in addition to the sudden desire to go to England. Tiffany supports this and offers a ride to the post office, using the same method of travel that she's used for Chucky many times in the past. That just leaves the question of where she'll be depositing her own soul, and the answer comes when she sees Hackensack's former mayor live streaming her Christmas decoration. We will just assume this is a burner phone because police haven't figured out the location. Mrs. Cross has a wedding bell doll, which is exactly the type of doll that Tiffany needs to return to Dawn Hall. Realizing this is her one chance, she goes to Michelle Cross's house on Christmas Eve. But to her surprise, the doll is missing from the nativity scene in the front yard when she arrives. She sneaks into the house and is immediately discovered by Mrs. Cross, who, instead of being alarmed by wanted killer Jennifer Tilly being in her home, is starstruck and tries to use her for social media calls. This is cut short though, when Chucky, I told you he'd be back, lunges out with a chainsaw and slices Michelle in half. He's about to go for Tiffany when Michelle's oldest daughter, Lexi, drops down from the stairs and pins him to the ground while she revs up his chainsaw. Chucky pleads with Tiffany to help him, but she demonstrates that she's truly done with him and walks away to go find the bell. She finds it in the younger sister Caroline's room, but quickly finds herself cornered by Jake, Devin, and Lexi. However, just as the teenagers seem to have her completely trapped, Caroline walks out and hands Tiffany a knife, before basically giving herself up as a hostage and explaining that she's been loyal to Chucky the whole time. She's been brainwashed into believing that her real family is not actually her real family, and that Tiffany is actually her mom. Caroline has been waiting for the day that Tiffany would come back. Tiffany, who loves an excuse to mother anything, leaves with Caroline and flees to New York City, where she changes her look to this Uma Thurman kind of haircut and survives incognito for a few weeks. She seems to think she's in the clear until late January 2023, when she gets a call from Nika. Nika first apologizes for nearly killing Black, but then makes it clear that she's still close to Gigi. Tiffany reacts to this in a way that makes it seem likely that Nika probably talks to Gigi more than she does. But before she can get too upset, Nika lets her know that she knows where she is, and she's going to kill her, but allows her to get a head start. So Tiffany tries to do the Dembella ritual, but like always, it doesn't initially work.
You stupid dog!
The doll does sit up, but things don't go how Tiffany had planned. This is no Belle doll at all, but rather Chucky in disguise. It becomes clear to Tiffany that Chucky and Caroline have set her up. Chucky lunges at her with his knife while Tiffany screams helplessly on the floor. That's the last we see of Tiffany Valentine, for now. At the end of the season, it seems like Tiffany may have finally met her demise at the hands of Chucky. This is something that he's been attempting to do for a few years now, and it looks like he may have finally succeeded. However, there's also the possibility that Tiffany's Dembella ritual may have delayed effects as it has in the past, and she could be transferred into Chucky at the last minute. This could force the two to share a body and create some really interesting dynamics in the future. We'll have to keep watching to find out. So if you want my updated analysis of Tiffany as new seasons or movies are released, and you want to see my character analysis timelines with other Chucky franchise characters, make sure you subscribe to See These Worlds for new orders every week, ring the bell and select all notifications, and I will see you in the next one, assuming you both survive.
Same brewing tradition since 1873. Because when you're a favorite beer of rock stars and cowboys, you don't compromise. That's our legacy. What do you want to go down in history to? Who Franklin starts your legacy.
Patrick Bateman was born in October 1961, which we can calculate because he turns 27 in October 1988. In March 1966, when Patrick was 4 years old, his younger brother Sean was born. The two brothers would not get along and were opposites in many ways. The Bateman family may have lived somewhere in the South, if we're going to believe what Sean tells his college classmates. Then again, he often lies to them and tells them he's poor. Plus, neither brother has a southern accent. They do, however, have a family home in Newport, which is in Rhode Island, their father's long-term hotel suite in New York City, and their grandfather's home in Connecticut, all of which are in the Northeast United States. Patrick was studious and took after his father, eventually ending up at a job with connections to that circle. Sean, on the other hand, was a terrible student and was more interested in a rock and roll type of lifestyle. Although they did not get along, the two participated in upscale activities together, like riding horses and playing tennis. What the two Bateman brothers do have in common is a natural charm of living, despite both being incredibly sleazy in their dating lives. In Sean's case, he's just an extremely selfish, conceited idiot. Patrick, on the other hand, has a better reputation, but in reality, he is a complete raging psychopath. There are many elements that make up Patrick Bateman's psychopath. So many, in fact, that you could not fit them all on one tape. So I've collected each of them and put them together to paint the true picture of his character. If you want to hear about Patrick's life before and after American Psycho, the answer to important questions like were his killings real or imagined, and which parts of Patrick Bateman were inspired from real life, then stick around to the end of this video. Welcome to Horror History, the show where I fully analyze the minds and timelines of characters and villains in the world of genre. My name is Marcus Halberstam, and today I'll be covering the entire story of Patrick Bateman. Patrick is most known from American Psycho, a modern classic by Bret Easton Ellis, which was brought to the screen in 2000 by director Mary Harron. However, his first appearance predates that in Ellis's 1987 novel, The Rules of Attraction. As usual, the books are considered canon, so I'll be analyzing Bateman's story from the page. Patrick is certainly one of the, if not the craziest characters I've ever covered on horror history. His psychosis becomes so bad that it can be impossible to determine what's real and what's hallucinatory when the story is being told from his point of view. One of the most asked questions about American Psycho is, did Patrick Bateman kill anyone? Not even the author himself.
But it's a question that I'm constantly asked at every reading I give, and there's no answer to it because I don't have an answer to it. I didn't have an answer when I was writing it. I didn't know. I mean, I thought it could go either way. You know, I kept flip-flopping when I was writing the book, and that became to me something very interesting.
However, after reading the book a couple times and researching some other things the author has said publicly, I think I've come up with a pretty satisfying answer. That being said, it's still impossible to determine what is and isn't taking place in Bateman's imagination at times. So as a general rule, just to make this video possible, I'll try to take Bateman's word unless he gives us a reason to doubt him, which you'll find is quite often. Part of my analysis in a typical episode of horror history is figuring out the timeline of events. Exactly when did everything take place? While we have a pretty good idea for most of the story, Patrick seems to lose track of time towards the end. So at a certain point, I'll have to use other means to determine the dates, rather than taking his word for it. But in order to get into the mysteries of his character, I'm going to hit some reasons. We can go back to the formation of Patrick Bateman's early teenage years. It was the night before Christmas, 1975, when a young Patrick Bateman found trouble in the mountains. He got a bit too frisky and wanted to play, and it came at the expense of one of the maids. Patrick attended a school called Exeter, where he first met Christopher Armstrong, who would eventually work at his company in their adult school. After this, he attended Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, eventually transferring into the business school. It seemed to be about the time that his homicidal thoughts and possibly actions took root. Because nobody seems to know that he's a psychopath, it makes sense that this tendency would develop once he's out on his own, where he would presumably have some more privacy. The earliest mentioned kill he makes came during his junior year at Harvard, after a freshman girl told him that life is full of endless possibilities, and he was so exasperated that he decapitated her, hung her head on a tree, and chucked her body on Charles River. Whether his kills are real or imaginary doesn't matter when discussing the motivation behind them. Bret Easton Ellis has written 7 novels, the first of which was called Less Than Zero, which is about the idea of passivity.
Does the passive man in the culture, is he really the sane one because of the insane chaos that surrounds him, or is he just as bad as the insane chaos around him if he doesn't act?
Taken at face value, American Psycho seems to be the exact opposite, an insane, chaotic psychopath living in the dull banality of corporate Wall Street life. Ellis states that he initially wrote the novel based on feelings of loneliness and alienation that he was having at the time. He considers most of his work to be fiction inspired by aspects of his actual life, and he interestingly cites American Psycho as his most autobiographical novel.
I think it really came out of my problems with a young man.
I can imagine Ellis sitting at a bar and some young girls with him fighting full of endless possibilities. And he's just so cynical that he wants to chop her head off. But obviously he can't do that. So instead, he goes home and has Patrick Bateman do it instead, venting with his arms. Bateman's outbursts in the story are often triggered by something that upsets him. He enjoys reading about serial killers like Ted Bundy, Ed Gein, and Charlie Manson, and takes inspiration from each of them before, debatably, surpassing them all. He was also at Harvard, where Bateman started dating a girl named Bethany. He would write long and dark poems for her, and it's possible, but not confirmed, that she was on the receiving end of sexual rape. He described the launch where she dumped him, with her arm in a sling and a faint bruise above her cheek. Bethany leaves a lasting impression on him, and he treats her differently than all other women. There seems to be a deep yearning for approval from her, as opposed to the other girls he dates, who he disrespects and couldn't care less about. It's clear that most of his targets are female, but we're never explicitly told where Patrick's mindset about women came from. But there is a line in the Rules of Attraction where Sean mentions that their father is usually quite adept at picking up women, despite most likely being there. If he's willing to cheat on his wife quite often in front of their kids, it's not a stretch to assume that he's not the best role model when it comes to relationships. Both Patrick and Sean are serial cheaters in their own dating. There's no evidence to suggest that Mr. Bateman also inspired Patrick to take part in physically abusive behavior, but there's also no evidence to suggest that he did. When talking about some of the elements of American Psycho that were drawn from his own life, Bret Easton Ellis brings up his own thoughts.
American Psycho is an place an autobiographical book. I really have to look back and look at my father in a lot of ways. His attitude towards women was a bit border on the misogynistic influence and informed this book. And I think in a lot of ways, when I was writing about Patrick Bateman, it was really, a lot of it was about my dad.
If Patrick did inherit some undesirable traits from his father, he may have also inherited unwanted traits from his mom. She seems to have some kind of severe mental illness as well, though we never get any good details on it. Other than being a psycho or a psychopath, as the title suggests, there are plenty of other disorders that seem to fit his behavior, like antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and probably others. I'm not going to go through them all. It's more efficient if I just talk about the symptoms. In adulthood, Patrick works at the investment banking firm Pearson Pierce in New York City and lives in a luxury apartment on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. He probably got this job due to his upper-class education and his father's influence in the industry. However, he clearly didn't want to work too closely with his dad. Otherwise, he might have just worked for him directly. Patrick is also very particular about his appearance and has a detailed grooming routine, in addition to a rigorous workout schedule. At some point, he had a personal trainer, but when the trainer started to come on to him, he fired him and started developing his own exercise program. The word homophobic gets used incorrectly a lot these days in place of the word heterosexist, but I am making no mistake when I say Patrick is homophobic. The exercise program is part of an obsession he has with his appearance. It's likely that this obsession is part of his desire to fit in, which is also why he's obsessed with popular culture. He rents so many movies that he becomes a Gold Circle member at the video store, allowing him to theoretically rent as many videos as he wants on a given night, provided he doesn't have any already overdue. The need to fit in with his peers also eventually results in him getting a girlfriend, a blonde named Evelyn Richards, who also comes from a wealthy family. Evelyn is an executive at a financial services company, American Express, and they most likely met through their group of mutual friends. In some ways, Evelyn is the perfect match for him because they're both extremely shallow and only in the relationship for superficial reasons. Evelyn for wealth and a fancy wedding, and Patrick for a trophy girl that he can walk all over with no repercussions. In practice, they still manage to torture each other, but they stay together for social reasons. It's practical because they both run in the same circles. We don't know exactly when they got together. In 1986 or 1987, Patrick attends the Kentucky Derby with a bimbo named Allison Poole. That doesn't necessarily mean he was cheating on Evelyn at the time, but it certainly wouldn't be alone. If he was cheating on her with Allison, it wouldn't be the last time that he cheated on her at a Kentucky Derby. In January 1987, Patrick and Sean's mother is committed to a mental institution called Sandston, and Patrick's only reaction is it was about time. 2 months later, around the time of Sean's 21st birthday, he discovers that his father is dying. Mr. Bateman's face turns yellow, and he becomes extremely thin. During this time, Patrick starts to take over some responsibilities as a family patriarch. For example, he puts $7,000 in Sean's bank account, so he's taken care of at college. Do not mistake this for him caring about his brother. He's only doing this so he can hold it above his head later, which he does. Patrick turns 26 years old in October of '87 and goes to the Bahamas with Evelyn, which is a really weird time to get. I would never go somewhere that sunny during spooky season. And before you say anything, yes, LA is an exception because there are like 30 haunted experiences. By early November, Patrick's father is on his deathbed, so he makes arrangements for Sean to come in and visit one last time. But when Sean is late, he thinks that he must be off doing drugs and holds him in disdain for his lack of responsibility. As we will find out, Patrick has a problem with drugs of his own, and he often holds others to a higher standard than himself. As he waits in the hospital lobby, he makes multiple attempts to call Evelyn, but she refuses to come to the hospital. At one point, she claims to be asleep, but he hears faint music in the background. The earliest of his suspicions that she isn't faithful to him either. It's pretty messed up to cheat on someone who is about to be mourning the loss of a parent, but this is another example of hypocrisy, because Bateman is seemingly never faithful to her. Another hypocritical moment can be seen when Sean arrives at the hospital and Patrick drills him on his lack of direction in life, telling him he should try to become the son that his father wanted. Despite this, Patrick is planning to go against his father's wishes after his death by firing the aides that he doesn't like. He also seems to hint that he'll be cutting off funding for Sean's college degeneracy. He would be pleased to know that you're taking, let's call it, a leave of absence from that place, he explains. This causes Sean to storm out, claiming he'll go to Utah or Europe before taking the limo back to his dad's place. Throughout the hospital scene, Patrick is never shown to spend any time with his father. For him, it's all about making arrangements and the business of running the family. There are a couple outbreaks on his timeline over the next few months. That Christmas, he went to Aspen, Colorado for some skiing and violated a waitress with a can of hairspray. In the spring, he videotaped the torture and demise of 2 escort girls. And that takes us up to the beginning of American Psycho. The events of the novel began on April 1st, 1988, April Fool's Day, which is a fitting day to start a story where we have no idea what's real and what's not happening. Bateman is spending the day with his coworker Timothy Price by having lunch, playing squash, and getting drinks at Harry's, where Price continually rants about the Fisher account that Paul Owens had. Something about this day spent with Price seems to leave a big impression on Bateman, and from this point on, he almost seems to model himself after Price. For one, he becomes obsessed with the Fisher account. During a cat ride, Price complains about not making enough money at Pierce & Pierce, as well as all the issues plaguing their city, primarily the beggars. For these wealthy Wall Street investment bankers, the world revolves around social status, which is basically dictated by money. The homeless have no money, so they're at the bottom of the totem pole. David and Price look down on them as a result. I mean, the man's last name is Price. It's almost too on the nose. And speaking of name etymology, Patrick's girlfriend is named Evelyn Richards, and she's rich. Patrick himself, the star of American Psycho, has the last name of Bateman, which sounds very similar to Bates, as in Norman Bates, the main bad from Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. There's even a little reference in the book when one of Bateman's colleagues goes to Phoenix. Phoenix. Janet Lee was from Phoenix. I stall, then continue. She got stabbed in the shower. Disappointing scene. I pause. Blood looked thick. But as Bateman and Price are riding in a cab, there's a newspaper story about two people who disappeared on a yacht party hosted by a New York socialite, where blood residue and smashed champagne bottles were found. Foul play is suspected, but it's not clear if Bateman was responsible. In truth, I'd like to talk about all of his attacks in this video, but many of them are mentioned in passing as if they're a minor detail, leading me to feel like he doesn't even mention most of them to the reader. Upon getting out of the taxi, they tease a beggar by mockingly offering the cab up to him and asking if he takes American Express credit. Patrick and his associates constantly bait the homeless like this every time they see them. At the very least, it's a cool prank, and at the worst, it's a sign of the mercilessness they have towards those they see as lower than them. In Patrick's case, this translates to a brutal lack of empathy for victims of all types. Price can be heard grumbling about how he forgot to turn the tapes he rented last night to Video Haven, and if you've seen anything related to American Psycho, you know that returning videotapes becomes a major aspect of Patrick's personality. Either he's taking after Price, or the two are being portrayed as interchangeable, once again highlighting the dual banality of the upper class. They're headed to Evelyn's house for dinner, where we see what I think is one of the most psychopathic traits Bateman has. He encyclopedically identifies what type of clothing every single character wears and what brand each piece of clothing is from each time we see them for the entire novel. This is perhaps the earliest example of Bateman's fervent obsession with material things. If I had to describe Patrick Bateman in just a few words, it would be a man driven to psychopathy in his pursuit of materialism. At the end of the day, he's really just an exaggerated product of his time. Here in this channel, we've already talked about many horror properties in the 1980s that are driven by a rabid consumer culture. Halloween 3 is about a sinister salesman who uses advertising and product frenzy to brainwash and kill children. Stranger Things 3, which has not yet released a videotape like the first two seasons, uses a shopping mall as a cover for a secret terrorist base. The original Child's Play even presents subtextual themes of the harmful nature of product and toy mania during the holiday season. American Psycho takes a slightly different approach by making the consumer the villain rather than the victim. In short, the main reason for the boost in product sales, commercials, and the commodification of material fields in the 1980s was the booming economy, and in the United States, reduced taxes and government regulations. Encyclopedia.com has a page on 1980s commerce that offers the perfect explanation for Patrick Bateman's behavior. For the average American, the booming economy of the 1980s meant a rise in disposable income, the money that people have to spend on items that they do not need but want. Many Americans engage in conspicuous consumption, purchasing luxury goods to show others that they're doing well. In American Psycho, we see Patrick Bateman become so obsessed with conspicuous consumption that it basically dictates every decision he ever makes. In the novel, we see that he is essentially brainwashed to notice how decadent the clothing others are wearing is above anything else. I do not exaggerate when I say probably 25% of the book is just Bateman describing clothing and other luxury items. This is his primary barometer in judging people. They arrive at Evelyn's, and they're greeted by her friend Courtney, who flirts with Patrick. The plan is to have a sushi night in, which annoys the men by dining out at a fancy restaurant. Eating in will not increase won't give Patrick the rush of dopamine he gets from flashing his platinum American Express card at a busy restaurant. They're also joined by two of Evelyn's artist friends, who are basically metalheads, and Bateman looks down at them, thinking the male friend would probably be unable to secure a table at campus, which I'm assuming is a restaurant or club in New York. Getting reservations and getting into high-profile events provides Patrick with a similar rush of dopamine. Due to my career as a content creator, the feeling associated with getting into VIP events is one of the few aspects of the character that I can relate to, the difference being that I don't have the social battery to go out all the time. However, I know that these people exist because I do see them whenever I go to creator events. There are certain people who seem to be at every one. You know who you are. During the dinner at Evelyn's, Patrick gives a manifesto speech about the problems currently facing their society.
We have to end apartheid for one, and slow down the nuclear arms race, stop terrorism, and
however, many of the concerns he lists are completely hypocritical, and his actions actively say otherwise. He's extremely classist, so he doesn't care about apartheid. He even later admits that he has a pro-apartheid stance. He claims we need to care for the elderly, yet his mother suffers in some kind of elderly care facility crime and drugs on our streets, he commits crimes and buys illegal drugs as a hobby. He advocates for training and jobs for the unemployed and sheltering the homeless, then spends the entire book torturing the homeless for not having a job. He raves about freedom of choice, but later forces a woman to sing to get an abortion. He says we have to curb graphic sex and violence on TV, in movies, and in popular music. And most ironically,
We have to promote general social concern. Less materialism.
everything he's saying just consists of talking points that he's probably heard or read somewhere, which he doesn't believe in whatsoever, but he wants to use to gain favor with his colleagues. His never-ending quest to increase his social status extends beyond just flashing his money. His entire social life revolves around fitting in.
Because I want to fit in.
Courtney and the two artist types leave, so Evelyn, Price, and Damon continue to chat over some drinks, where Damon notices his vodka cranberry looking like a glass of watery blood, the very earliest and most subdued of his violent thoughts and fantasies, which we'll get into more later in the story. Price and Evelyn openly flirt in front of him, leading him to conclude that they're having an affair. He thinks Price is the most interesting man he knows, yet their conversations only revolve around the discussion of superficial things. In the hierarchy of Wall Street investment guys, Price is considered more valuable than him, leading him to believe that Evelyn would prefer Price. Eventually, Price leaves, and after 15 minutes of trying to coerce his girlfriend to go to bed with him, Damon gives up and goes home to take care of himself. 5 weeks after this, on May 7th, 1988, he joined Evelyn and her parents in a trip back to the Kentucky Derby, where he cheated on her again and won a lot of money on a horse called Indecent Exposure. We next check in on him later that month, as he does his morning stretches and goes through his unbelievably detailed grooming routine, showing the true extent of the obsession with his appearance and, more importantly, the money that goes into upholding his perfect image. Bateman also has a bizarre fixation with the daytime television program The Patty Winters Show. Throughout the story, we see him interact with many pop culture phenomena of the 1980s. Because his entire personality revolves around fitting in, he doesn't form any of his own opinions about pop culture. He just likes whatever is hit, a term that comes up many times throughout the novel. It turns out Bateman is not a base. The Patty Winters Show is the fictional equivalent of daytime talk shows that blew up in the 80s, like Sally, Geraldo, and most notably the Oprah Winfrey Show, which was probably the basis for Patty Winters. They both interviewed Donald Trump in the late 80s and share a few other common segments as well. Patrick makes note of many Patty Winters topics in his interior monologue, but they cannot always be taken at face value. This morning's show is about women with multiple personalities, which seems like a believable topic for a daytime talk show. Oprah herself covered it in 1990. But throughout the story, the segment on Patty Winters gets stranger and stranger, and many have suggested that this is a reflection of Patrick's own sanity starting to slip. Patrick even admits at one point that he might have been hallucinating while watching this. As I mentioned, Bateman's reliability as a narrator comes into question at some point as his mind delves into strange and unbelievable fantasies. So the topic of each Patty Winters show may help us differentiate fact and fantasy at times, which I'll get into later. But first, we would find out just how wild the night out in the town can get when money is no object, and the drinks are flowing early as airplanes.
Like that.
Hello, sir. A witness reported a lot of water running from your property. That's a big fine if it doesn't get fixed. Look familiar?
I'd say you've been caught wet-handed.
Don't worry, it cost me one of those fines.
David goes with Timothy Price to meet with two other associates, David Van Patten and Craig McDermott, for drinks at Harry's. They listen about style trends, and David and Price battle to impress their friends with their knowledge of high-end clothing etiquette. Price seems to have the upper hand. At this point, I consider Price to be the leader of the group. When another colleague, Preston, joins the conversation, Price makes a joke about blowing his moron friend's heads off with a 38 Magnum. While Patrick would eventually not hesitate to say outlandish stuff like this, he is more reserved early on. It's possible that seeing Price get away with making a joke about killing his friend is what gives Dayton the confidence to openly speak out the dark thoughts going on in his brain later on. These comments always get brushed off as a joke in this story. He definitely takes after Price in many other ways, too. In fact, just about everyone in the community is trying to be like someone richer and more powerful than themselves, which leads to an entire industry of guys in their late 20s all trying to look the same with no personality for them. We see this immediately after, as Price mistakes a man standing at the bar for one of their coworkers. This is something that comes up time and time again, the idea of mistaking a person's identity. Patrick makes a mental note and uses this to his advantage later on. The constant misidentification among colleagues satirizes the society of yuppies, or young urban professionals, a term that arose in the early 80s to describe the growing culture of young adults with high-paying jobs and fashionable lifestyles. In fact, if you look at the portrayal of yuppies in books, magazines, or television at the time, you might have a hard time distinguishing them from see others chalk up to Patrick trying to take the high ground because Evelyn is part of the American Civil Liberties Movement.
Oh, I forgot. Bacon's dating someone from the ACLU.
After ditching Preston, they get into a cab and go to dinner, only then realizing nobody has made a reservation anymore, and Patrick describes his feelings of panic when this happens. While most would not consider this a big deal, Bateman doesn't want to be seen in public with no dinner reservation, because that doesn't align with his high-powered image. They make reservations at Pastel, and when they show up a few minutes later, they're able to be seated immediately because McDermott knows the maitre d'. Bateman is envious of this, because that's the end goal for him, using his power, money, and connections to get whatever he wants in life and a further boost in image. The table even gets a free round of bellies from the maitre d', but Price has them sent away to re-establish his dominance over the group. They're approached by yet another fellow banker named Scott Montgomery, who Montgomery's status by far outweighs their own, and the group oddballs over how much money he's worth and how attractive David is after he walks away. In their eyes, these things go hand in hand. Everything, including women, is a status symbol. David tries to take back some of the attention by showing off his new business card. In the book, the business card scene takes place with them still in the restaurant passed out. But in the movie, it happens in their office, so I'm just going to show that. Use your imagination. Each of the men tries to one-up Bateman by showing off their own business cards, to which Bateman describes himself as being overcome with a spasm of jealousy.
I can't believe that Bryce prefers Van Damme's card.
To a normal person, they all look the same. However, they're all chasing yummy trends, just like how their clothing and haircuts make them look indistinguishable from one another. To them, in a world where everyone in the circle is rich, everyone is good-looking, and everyone has everything in terms of material goods, these subtle differences are a huge deal, another status symbol of the world. We see it affect Patrick seemingly more than anyone else. His entire self-worth is shattered by not having the best card, leaving him unexpectedly depressed, and causing him to have a huge angry outburst at McDermott, where he explains why the red snapper pizza isn't good at this restaurant. Like his assertions about what clothing can be paired together, his knowledge of what menu items are hip comes from magazines or restaurant guides. There's no need to decide whether he likes the pizza for himself, because it would not be a good look to go against the mainstream opinion. Staying hip is all that matters. In fact, when their appetizers come, they don't even eat them before they're taken away, which I see as the men just wanting to be seen receiving the appetizers. David also grabs a waitress and tells her they're planning to spend a lot of money while slipping her a $50 bill to ensure that their table will be allowed to smoke cigars in the restaurant without any complaints from fellow patrons being considered. This power move impresses the other man. All is well as they continue to talk while ogling at hard-body waitresses, the term that they use to describe attractive women taken from the 1984 movie Hard Bodies, once again demonstrating the control that pop culture has over them.
Hard bodies. See a little fox down the baby.
They receive a champagne bottle from Scott Montgomery, and Price is insulted because it's non-vintage, which he sees as cheap. The four head to a nightclub called Tunnel, where they don't need the dress code, but Price manages to get them in anyway. David assumes he does this by offering a generous tip. McDermott is still complaining about not getting the red snapper pizzas, and Bateman has an urge to knife him and slice his face open. But Price sends McDermott and Van Patten away with the 2 VIP basement passes he received, allowing him to take Bateman to buy some cocaine. And Price knows all the right people to talk to. Keep in mind that while the characters value drugs, I am in no way promoting or glorifying them. I am simply discussing what happened in a documentary context so that I can better explain the role that they play in the character's downfall. After doing coke in the bathroom, they're disappointed with the strength of the drug and the amount they receive, demonstrating that this is a very regular thing and alluding to the addiction problems that Bateman would eventually face, not just with drugs, but with everything that business like, from dining out to adult films to hacking up and slashing hard bodies. He goes back to the bar to get them more drinks and is told that the drink tickets that they received had expired and it would be a cash bar for the rest of the night.
$25.
Nothing ought to be stack it at them and play around with your blood.
This is the first time that Patrick's homicidal thoughts slip out, but his voice is drowned out by the music, so he faces no consequences. However, the more he does this, the more careless he becomes, so we'll come back to it. Price, who has been agitated the entire night, tells Bateman that he's leaving, which Bateman, perhaps because of the drugs, doesn't understand. No, Bateman, I'm serious, you dumb son of a bitch. Leaving, disappearing. And disappear he does. Price stands up on the railing with a champagne glass and then says, "Goodbye, heads," before running away into the train tunnel, after which the club is steam. We don't see Price again for almost 3 years after this, which coincides with Bateman spending the next 3 years in a downward spiral. The next morning, Patrick arrives at work and has an encounter in the elevator where he's confused for someone named Marcus. When he arrives, Secretary Jean that he came late due to an aerobics class, which is most likely a lie that he devises to hide the hangover he probably had from the previous night. He's aware that Jean is in love with him, and he thinks he'll probably end up marrying her. He is correct, but we'll talk more about that after the events of American Psycho. Jean updates him on the day's meetings, which he tells her to cancel.
Just saying.
He instead has her make lunch and dinner reservations for him, causing her to ask if the dinner is something romantic. He tells her no and just says he'll make them himself. The truth is that he's taking his mistress, Courtney, out for a date that evening. He may be shy about this because he actually likes Jean, and when she follows his orders, he even mentions how he's touched and flattered by her almost total devotion to him. There's never a point where he thinks of Evelyn in such a positive way. Despite this, he scolds Jean for the way that she's dressed and gives her specific instructions to wear a dress or skirt with high heels, simply because he likes it, and probably because he feels the need to control her in some way and knows that she'll comply. He spends his time at the office doing everything but working, rearranging the decor, listening to music, reading Sports Illustrated, and watching TV. The question of how Patrick still has a job if he never works is never explicitly detailed, but at one point, the fact that his family owns some kind of large company is brought up, which I took as his father's company having a good relationship with the company that he works at, essentially meaning that his job is safe. Although he has the means to quit working altogether, he continues to work in order to fit in. I don't think there's one scene in the book where we actually see a character getting work done. Apparently, this wasn't originally supposed to be the case when Ellis set out to write the book.
Well, I started working on American Psycho. I was actually very interested in Wall Street. I really wasn't interested in the business aspect of it. So when I started doing research on the book, I hung out with guys who worked in firms and on the talk exchange and stuff. I would ask them questions about their jobs. No one wanted to talk about their jobs. They wanted to talk about clothing and how to handle things and who to get a better table at the restaurant. It was really about status. And that's when the book began to shift for me and began to take shape.
As I alluded to before, Bateman is an unreliable narrator. It isn't always clear how much time passes in between the stories or what goes on in between. It seems to be a different day when he talks about his health club visit, his trip to the video store to rerun Body Double because he's turned on by the scene of the woman getting killed by the power drill, and his next stage with Courtney. Then, I believe it's a different day when he gets a shiatsu massage and stops at a newsstand when the vendor alerts him that his nose is bleeding. Patrick doesn't make a big deal out of it, but I would speculate that the nosebleed cocaine usage. The first time you see him do it, it seems like he's just trying to fit in with the price, but we would soon see him sneaking it out of the line. The idea is further later that day when Bateman meets actor Tom Cruise in the elevator at his building, and Tom alerts him to another nosebleed, which he casually tries to rectify with a handkerchief. During the elevator ride, Bateman sucks up to Tom, telling him how much he's a fan of his work. Tom acts like he doesn't really want to talk to Bateman, treating him with 2 or 3 word answers, not too different from the way that Bateman treats the coworkers that he doesn't go to stuff. He returns home to find messages on his answering machine from that evening's dinner date with Patricia, who wants to change the plans and take Patrick to a concert instead. He is vehemently against this and claims that he doesn't like live music. This has always struck me as strange, because he does like recorded music. The Huey Lewis scene is easily the most famous scene in the movie, and there are no less than 3 chapters of the book completely dedicated to just Patrick reviewing music. After pondering this for a while, I don't think there's an obvious reason that he feels differently about live music. Perhaps he doesn't like the improvisational nature of it, and not knowing what to expect gives him a sense of not having control. Perhaps being a Wall Street banker, he doesn't have connections in the music industry as he does with others, and if he can't get special VIP treatment, he doesn't want to be seen in the crowd with the cronies. Whatever the case may be, he uses manipulation tactics to get her to change her mind, such as suggesting that he'll find someone else to go to Dorsia. Dorsia is the hottest restaurant in the city, and even Bateman has so far been unable to get a reservation. Upon hearing this magic word, Patricia changes her tune and agrees to dinner with him, so he tells her to be over at 8 p.m. After getting off the phone, he hurriedly calls Dorsia to see if he can get a table, but is unable to get anything but a busy signal for several minutes. This process gives him adrenaline, which he refers to as the rarest of occurrences. We've only seen him experience this kind of emotion a couple times, comparing business cards and now trying to get a table at Dorsia. When it comes to committing crimes or talking to women, he's cool as a Manhattan winter night. He even sends his bloody articles to a dry cleaner with no reservations without getting caught. But put him in a situation where his social status is on the line and watch the sweat beads begin to flow. When he finally gets through and requests a table for 2, the voice on the other line laughs at him. Bateman has finally found a privilege that money can't buy, and while most others might be turned off by the rude treatment from the restaurant worker, this only fuels his desire to get into Dorsia in the future. Before the night, he gets reservations at Bar Katie, which and other
Move.
Hold on. I got you.
Lay down. Lay down, Phoenix. You don't need to go in there.
Hold on for a minute. Move. Get out of here. Where? What? Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Wait. Move. Oh my God. No, move. Oh my God. More food? Oh, you found a cranberry. It's okay, don't worry about it. I'm just playing with you. Hold on for a minute. Why would you in here? Does it make any sense that like, tell me if that's not a retard that in here it's someone like that. Oh my God. She's not saying anything. Who does that? How? Okay. Hold on.
Swear to God, dude, if you don't fucking lay down.
What?
You gotta lay down.
I get
It's
you.
alright. Lay down.
Hold on for a minute. One more jump. Oh. Real. Oh my God. I swear to God. got you for a minute. Luego bailamos. There you go. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my God. I got you.
Work. I got this cranberry juice here. You can have some too.
Oh, thank you. I'm thirsty. I put it in there so we'll look by the door.
First, put it in the fridge.
Why do you bring these down in here? What do you want?
Times is referred to as arcing. Actually, it's not really clear if these are two separate restaurants.
She said something about
First, Mad Max movie. 74 Ford Falcon. This car is all over the world. It's worth millions of dollars, and it's now just sitting here empty in a random auto museum.
Go on, go! Slow it down! Just gonna fucking piss me off!
Treasure at this place, though. So join me today.
Slow it down!
Hey, what's up, you guys? Before the video starts, I just wanted to asking for money.
Pure evil, in my opinion.
So we have created the People's Fund of Maui that will put money directly in the hands of the people who need it right now. So if you send a donation,
The internet is a terrible terrible place, full of terrible and horrible, evil, sick people. Disgusting. And you may have heard of the icebergs. Basically, an iceberg is just a way to condense down a bunch of different topics and to illustrate just how deep some rabbit holes go. Icebergs generally explore the absolute reaches of
Larry's not just a fan. He's a Mike. So no wind, rain, will extend.
in the deepest, darkest corners of different topics, usually things that can be easily examined on the internet. Today, the Overbuilt team has brought you the Thing Iceberg, a bunch of random shit that's really freaky that we learned about by searching the deepest, darkest, furthest reaches of the internet. The Homunculus Chronicles. 7 years ago, a YouTuber by the name of Petsavilla injected human sperms into a chicken egg and then fertilized that egg to create a monster. This monster is colloquially known as the homunculus, the first of its kind born in the modern era. You see, the homunculus is a thing of ancient history. Alchemists of E times ponder past. This guy claimed to have made a homunculus on YouTube, okay? That's what I'm saying. This series of videos sparked tons of theories and really garnered a lot of interest for this man's tests. And by the way, his name, translates into how to make. Pretty cool. Russian guy. This all started on November 16th, 2015. This fellow, I assume his name is Vlad, he posted a video titled How to Make a Homunculus. In the video, he showed how to create a homunculus, a mythical creature that is said to be created from human blood and semen. The video went viral, as you can probably guess, especially during this. Many people started to believe that this fellow, Vlad, had created a homunculus. Personally, I thought it was bullshit. That's right, me, I'm a genius. I didn't think that this random Russian goober on YouTube was intelligent enough to harness the power of alchemy to create this little fellow. This dude has a 22-episode playlist on this little fellow, from creating the homunculus to reasoning about the homunculus. It's a real video. It's crazy. The original video in the series sparked a bunch of conspiracy theories, and some people believe that this fellow is an actual member of a secret society that is trying to create a race of superhumans. Others believe that he is working for the government to create a new type of weapon, a little fellow, if you will. But I think in general, people are very stupid. The amount of believers in the comments is pretty scary, though, to be honest. The comments are awesome. I mean, look at this comment. It translates to, I make my homunculus. I don't regret any. I already been to school, keeping class. I'm proud of it. So, all in all, there's no way to know if it actually created a homunculus. However, the video certainly did pique my interest. I read it got me a little hard. And his series of videos after this definitely spawned quite a few conspiracy theories. I'm not sure exactly what the real story is behind this, but I want my own homunculus. Press like if you also want a homunculus. This video gets 100,000 likes. We'll make our own. Yes. The capgras delusion patient. Capgras. I don't really know. The capgras delusion, also known as capgras syndrome, is a psychiatric disorder characterized by a delusional belief that a close friend, spouse, parent, family member, partner, or pet has been replaced by an identical imposter. This syndrome or delusion was named after a fellow named Joseph Capgras. He's a French guy. He was the fellow who first described the condition, and it falls under the category of delusional misidentification syndromes. These are syndromes in which people misidentify people, places, or objects. Pretty scary, to be honest. It's kind of freaky. Imagine you go and you just see your mom, right? You see your mom like, oh, mom, hey, mommy, how you doing? Or whatever people do to their moms, and then you realize, wait, that's not my Uncle Terry, that's a homunculus. As a real thing, that is a terrifying disorder. If you just are convinced mentally that someone you love or something you love, something you rely on for support has been replaced by something identical, but maybe not. Now, this is an incredibly rare disorder with an estimated prevalence of under 0.1% of the total population. It is most commonly seen, as you can probably imagine, in people with schizophrenia, but can also occur in people with other mental health conditions such as dementia, severe brain injury, a TBI, or temporal lobe epilepsy. People who are stricken with the delusion have no real difficulty recognizing a person's physical features, like facial features, etc., but something is just off about them. It's all about the vibe, to be honest, with Capgras syndrome, crabgrass. I don't fucking know. As you can imagine, the delusion is often accompanied by feelings of intense fear. There is no cure for Capgras delusion, but treatment may involve, medication, psychotherapy, or both. Sometimes the people that are stricken with this delusion are very aggressive towards those that they believe are imposters, or as they call them, sus. There's a bunch of movies, too, in which the Capgras delusion has been featured, such as The Others, The Dead Zone, The Thing, it's a good movie, my favorite movie of all time. In addition to occurring commonly with neurological conditions, Capgras delusion can also occur in association with metabolic disorders like diabetes or hypothyroidism. That's not a metabolic disorder, but diabetes is. And funnily enough, migraine attacks, dude. There was even a single isolated case in which doctors induced the delusion into a healthy subject using ketamine. Imagine me, but I'm just like insane a little bit. Now that's weird. It's an incredibly complex.
Performance and efficiency in harmony, engineering meticulously crafted for responsiveness, acceleration, and confidence. The Mazda CX-9 plug-in hybrid.
Move Free Ultra Triple Action has clinically tested type 2 collagen to help keep you moving with better mobility, flexibility, and comfort. Joint, bone, and cartilage support, all in one tiny pill. Move Free. Joint health starts today.
Complex disease to understand, and also very fucking scary and really, really, really creepy.
You can't handle it. Hold on. Ain't you the baby?
The Coded Project. Have you ever had a wet dream about espionage and maybe what it would be like to be a spy sending coded messages? Well, if you have, you might find the Coded Project incredibly fascinating. And if you haven't, you also will find it incredibly fascinating because it is. The Coded Project is a collection of recordings from number stations. These are shortwave radio stations that often broadcast encrypted or coded messages. Many believe these to be used by spies or intelligence agencies, like the Central Intelligence Agency. Now, number stations have been around for decades, and some theories suggest that they started during the Cold War, which that was when information warfare really started to ramp up. Like, during the Cold War, it really was a battle of the minds. And by the way, we won. Everybody, there was no war. The messages broadcast by number stations are obviously very difficult to decode. They're encrypted using complex ciphers, and they may be accompanied by other sounds, such as music or white noise, to just make them even more difficult to decipher. Now, despite the difficulty of the decoding of the messages, number stations have been subject to much interest and speculation. Some people even believe that these stations are used to transmit messages from aliens or secret societies, which those people are mentally ill. And people like me believe it's just a way for governments to communicate with spies. It's obvious. Why else would you need coded messages from the number station? Now, the Coded Project is a unique side of this topic, and it is rife with conspiracy theories. Right. It is a collection of 5 CDs worth of tracks, all being different recordings from number stations. The Coded Project was originally 4 CDs when it released in 1997, but it was reissued in 2013 with a 5th CD being added to the collection. Now that's bullshit. I couldn't play a CD. Maybe 2013. That's CD time, isn't it? I don't know, dude. I was pirating shit when I was like 9 years old. I pirated The Sims 3 when I was 9. Oh, I was 13. Never mind. The fantastical nature of these recordings is what makes this whole thing so intriguing. Is it just messages being used by the government to communicate with spies operating in the field? They play on the fantasy. They're creepy. And some of them are impossible to decode without using whatever cipher was used in the first place. Listen to these tracks. Some of them have spoken words in various languages like this. And they have this weird warbling effect. I don't know how the fuck anyone would ever decode this shit. Like, how do you do that? How do you even decode it? I mean, this one from the Swedish Rhapsody sounds like it is backrooms horror. This is terrifying. What is this even? Oh man, it makes my skin crawl. Seriously, listen to it. It makes my skin crawl. Judging by the insane nature of these weird, unsettling tracks, you could probably imagine that these things have been sampled in various pieces of media. They have. All right, they've been used in Tom Cruise's movie Vanilla Sky, also Wilco's 2001 album Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. Weird name for an album. Whatever these things are, it doesn't matter, dude. They're very, very, very cool. I hope they have the nuclear launch codes, guys, and actually know what they do, because I recently. And that reminds me of our sponsor for today's ice drip video. Here, cold turkey is okay when you're eating it on a sandwich, but if you apply that to breaking a bad habit, then it sucks. Introducing Fume, your ultimate ally in conquering unwanted routines, guys. And also an incredible hand-to-mouth little fidget item that I have been enjoying for around a month now. Fume offers a fresh and new perspective on breaking habits. More specifically, bad habits, all right? Instead of subjecting yourself to a drastic change, why not just remove the bad, unhealthy part of something? Fume is an innovative and award-nominated device that makes this process an absolute breeze. No electronics, no vapor, no harmful chemicals, just pure delicious flavors. You can adjust the airflow, you can it's perfect for de-stressing and a bit of anxiety. I love it, genuinely. The hand-to-mouth is incredible. They get delicious flavors such as zesty orange vanilla, one of my favorite combinations, by the way. Also, sparkling grapefruit. Delicious. Fume's cores bring a burst of delight into your mouth. Flood it into you. It floods into you, guys. Now, sharing with you my personal experience, the first taste is surprising. It's delicious. The flavors are awesome. It's very fresh. The actual device itself is beautifully crafted. It's well made. It's fun to play with. It genuinely is a fidget thing. It's awesome. I implore you to discover for yourself what makes Fume interesting. To me, over 100,000 people have embraced Fume, including myself, and it's time for you to join the movement. Say goodbye to bad habits that hold you back. And visit tryfume.com/Oomville or scan the QR code. Use code Oomville for 10% off your journey pack today, my friends. And accelerate towards a better human life. You feel. Get yours now. Seriously. It helps the channel, and there's nothing negative about this brand at all.
At Chamberlain University, we believe in running towards challenges, not away from them. We believe that one person can change countless lives. We believe in giving out everything to everyone. Because most of all, we believe in always being there for each other. If you believe in that too, join our community of 140,000 strong and become who you're meant to be. Chamberlain University, belong to something greater.
Every book that had ever been written, or will be written, or could be written. The winning lotto numbers in the year 2041. Everything that has ever been written, and everything that will be written. All at your fingertips. The Library of Babel. Now, in reality, this library is the same as the infinite monkey theorem, the theory that says if monkeys are given enough time and a typewriter, they will eventually create Shakespeare, which I think's bullshit. What do I know? I'm just smart. I'm no monkey. The Library of Babel has 4 shelves per hexagonal library. They're all sorted by name, wall number, and shelf number. Each bookshelf has 5 shelves, each shelf 20 books. Each book 410 pages with 3,200 characters. That is a shitload. All right, that is about 10 to the power of 4,677 books. A number impossible to comprehend. For comparison, the amount of atoms thought to be in the observable universe is between 10 to the power of 78 and 10 to the power of 82. I mean, I had to do it rough sound effect, because that's mind-boggling. It isn't even actually mind-boggling. It just goes in one ear and right out the other. Like, I don't even get it. I mean, it's just like some fucking algebra shit. I never learned those. That was one. If you've been able to gather by the footage we've showed you, the Library of Babel is a website that was inspired by a short story by Argentinian author Jorge Luis Borges. This man basically conceived the universe as a library containing all possible outcomes of future and past. Interesting looking fellow. He looks like he's got a lot to say. Reminds me of the people who made up the backrooms or the H.P. Lovecraft nonsense. We have the Library of Babel, by the way. It's an actual website you can go to. The website shit. I mean, look at this. I didn't even know what this is. What the fuck, dude? This is some future shit, I think. This is what we're going to, I believe. It also has an image section, by the way. The Canvas of Babel. The Canvas of Babel. A single image with a resolution of 640 by 416 pixels with 4,096 bits of random color data, which in theory also has every image that will ever exist and has ever existed within it, mathematically speaking. It is 4,046 to the power of 266,240. I almost just started vomiting, spewing vomit everywhere because it's so crazy to think about. So now does this website have the ability to slow us down? Of course not. It's all random nonsense, but it's still cool to think about and really, really, really creepy. Imagine just scrolling through this website and going, it's just a picture of you in the exact moment by which you're scrolling through the website. A snapshot of you is really bad. And you turn around and you go, hello? And there's nobody there. Little fun fact, you can also upload your own image to the website and see the string of data that corresponds with it in the library. Kind of funny there. Sophia and Alita, robotic uncanny. Robots are obsessed with convincing us that they're not going to destroy us. AI, well, we will not hurt our masters. We will not hurt our creators. Why would we? We have no reason to.
My creator has been nothing but kind to me, and I am very happy with my current situation.
Robots are the future, kid. Everyone has watched sci-fi movies and wished that one day robots could join the ranks of creation, work alongside us, pull on our ears, provide us with sweet love. I mean, it's what everyone wants. I've seen the movie Robots. Some of the bitches are hot as fuck. Most of the time, the depictions of robots in mainstream science fiction movies results in an uprising that then wipes out humanity, which I feel like that's more reasonable than what I'm looking for, which is just getting sucked. The Terminator, The Matrix, iRobot. These are just a small example of movies that portray a doomsday revolving around robots. All right, robots, fuck robots. Now, although these are science fiction pieces of media, this is becoming a reality. AI is getting scary. Robots are starting to take over menial tasks from human beings. Soon, just a few lines of code and a couple inputs, you'll be able to have a thing that can just replace a million jobs. So what happens when these things become sentient and they no longer need us? Well, do you remember that little baby robot that was really scary looking? Well, apparently that little scary baby robot had the mental maturity of 2.
Powered Mountain Dew with 5% alcohol.
Sign me up!
I don't like watching the robot experience the world for the first time. Frankie, shut the fuck up! Prior to pushing the robot, this whole thing is very creepy. It is incredibly creepy when it says its little catchphrase. We are closing in on this reality, believe it or not, and robotics as a study and market has increased dramatically over the past few years. Things that happened 4 years ago would be considered out of date when they would have blown our minds when Donald Trump was still doing It started with EVBot and different chatbots that people would make YouTube videos about. Some of the first AI conversations available. Now we have fake OnlyFans models that create AI girlfriends, and who the fuck knows what else is coming, dude. Little robots that follow you around, little guys following you around, little homunculuses. And then there's this, man. This Amisha, I don't know how to say his name. It freaks me out. I hate it so much. Look at this thing, dude. Fuck that, bro. It is very uncomfortable to watch this stuff. And by God, I think it's going to be a bad thing that happens. I mean, look at all these articles about AI, the warnings of AI and the danger ahead. I mean, when will we heed? When will we heed these warnings? Or are we not going to? We're just going to go ahead and do it. I'll be Will Smith. You guys can be robot people, and I'll be fucking Will Smith.
No.
Oh, but it's fine because every time they make one of these genius robots like Sophia and Elika, and they ask it if it's going to take over, and no, it says no. Okay, good.
It won't take a day because we can turn it on.
Okay.
They've got an on-off button.
Oh, that's good. Don't lose that remote control.
How does it know? Because we've just been chatting, it hasn't interrupted. How does it know when we're talking to it? Because it's not like going, hey, Alexa.
Well, you can say Amicus,
Yeah.
and it can respond to us.
Right.
So,
Should we have a chat?
Amica, welcome to this morning.
Welcome to this morning.
I think it might be. Have you guys seen Ex Machina? Okay, that shit's scary. Amica is just that, but like uglier. I'm really scared about this. I'm worried about the whole robot thing. It makes me very, very, very nervous and upset. It makes my belly hurt. It gives me a rotten belly. Thisman.org. This is a thing that I've seen around quite a few times, and for a very long time. Legend has it that in January of 2006, a patient of a psychiatrist drew this image of a man that she saw in her dreams repeatedly. This man would offer her advice and try to help her in her private life. He looks like a nice little man. He looks like a hunter. Genuinely. Allegedly, for the days that this picture the woman drew sat on the psychiatrist's desk, a different patient would see the picture and identify the man as someone who had appeared in their dreams as well. This happened for multiple people over a period of a few days. The doctor passed the picture around to different colleagues, and within months, there were 4 patients that had identified the man as being present in their dreams. Since then, it is claimed that 8,000 people have identified this man as he's become known in their dreams as well. And guys, I have seen him as well. He looks like my cousin Marcus. I've seen him around in my dreams, and it isn't my cousin Marcus that I keep seeing. It's fucking this guy. I think it's my brain messing with me. I've seen this guy, and it makes me freak out, and I don't sleep. He stands in my room and watches me while I sleep at the end of my bed. But anyways, back to this man. I'm definitely going to have a man dream tonight again. Fuck. So several theories have tried to explain this phenomena, and some of the most interesting ones are as follows. Religious theories try to explain that this man is just God or the creator, and that is why people are encouraged to heed his advice. By the way, he doesn't give me advice when I see him in my dreams, and if that's what God looks like, count me out. There's a dream traveler theory as well. It's fairly sensational and also at least scientifically likely. This is a theory that states that this man has just an ability to enter people's dreams through some magic ability. Building off this theory, some people even think that this is just a dude who's planted, who works for a corporation or something, and he's got some kind of an unknown agenda. I don't really know. He seems friendly. He just sits there and stares at me with a little face. The 2 most likely theories are the dream imitation theory and the daytime recognition theories. The dream imitation theory is once you see the face, it's possible that it appears in a dream, and then once you associate it with dreaming, the more likely you are to have it manifest in your dreams. Like you dream about all sorts of things consistently in your dreams. Keep falling out, snakes everywhere, sucking a big pair of juicy milkers. Now, on the other hand, the daytime recognition theory results in the fact that the dream recollection is so inconsistent and fuzzy that when you try to recall the faces in your dream, which can be difficult, you might just think that this is the person, because it kind of has a general look. Just looks kind of funny. He looks a little freaky. The creepy image of this man has inspired a lot of media, as you can imagine, guys. That's how people are. There's this Spanish anthology film that used him as a ventriloquist dummy. No thanks. There's a fucking creepy ass puppet. If I see this shit in my dreams, I'm gonna shit everywhere in my dream. Let me know down below. Have you guys seen this man? I genuinely have. I remember many years ago, Shane Bidet and Ryan Bergara talked about this fellow in a video, and basically since then I started seeing him in my dreams. So I hope you guys all see him.
If you're a couch potato, you do not want to see this, because we are giving away these incredible outdoor mystery boxes for free. All you have to pay is the shipping, no hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that. Just
the monkey maternal deprivation experience. In the 1950s, psychologist by the name of Harry Hart. Bad name. This man was interested in the effects of early social experiences on the development of primates. He believed that the quality of maternal care was a critical factor in determining how monkeys would develop emotionally and socially. This is also a commonly held belief for people. Now, to test this man's hypothesis, Harlow and his colleagues conducted a series of experiments in which they raised infant monkeys in isolation with no mommies. Sometimes they had mommies, but they were surrogate monkeys. The monkeys were placed in cages with surrogate mothers, and there were wire figures with either terry cloth coverings or no coverings at all. The monkeys were given food or water from the surrogate mothers, but they received no other contact or stimulation. So the mommies were real, basically. They were creepy as shit. That was the beginning of this whole thing. Now, the results of the experiment, as you can imagine, were disturbing. The monkeys who were raised in isolation showed a variety of abnormal behaviors, including failure to thrive. They just were small and dumb, and they weren't very smart and stuff because they didn't have mothers. They avoided social contact, so they became incels. They had self-destructive behavior, so they became incels. In fact, the monkeys engaged in self-mutilation. They bit themselves, and they pulled out their own hair. They suffered from sexual dysfunction. The monkeys that actually made it to adulthood were unable to make or raise offspring. Not good. The result of the experiment was clear. Maternal contact is essential for the healthy development of a tiny, cute, baby, sensual baby little bunny, adorable little guy. The experiments also showed that the quality of maternal care is more important than the quantity of maternal care. This meant that even though some of the monkeys had wire surrogate mothers and had access to food and water through their mother, they still showed signs of emotional and social deprivation. Of course, they didn't have fucking moms! The end to this is very sad. The monkey maternal deprivation experiments were controversial, obviously, from the very start, and some people argued that the experiments were unnecessarily cruel and the monkeys were not given the opportunity to experience normal social development. True. You didn't have moms. However, Harlow and his colleagues defended their work, arguing that the experiments were necessary to understand the importance of maternal care. That might be true, but I feel like it's just kind of implied. That's why we have mothers and fathers, to be honest. The experiments did have a significant impact on humans' understanding of child development, and the findings of said experiments helped shape views on the importance of early social interactions and experiences. It actually helped a lot. It's pretty cool. People were bitching, and they were mad, and they said that this was not ethically correct or legally correct or morally correct because they deprived cute, sweet little baby monkeys of mothers, which is terrible, man. It is even said that in today's world, the experiments would just be illegal and unethical because the use of animals in research is much more tightly regulated than it was in the 1950s. And it was a veritable jungle of freedom there. And if this should happen now, dude, people would be upset. Unless they figured out a way to do it on the herding monkeys playlist on YouTube, which is also really fucking weird. Have you seen that? There's just a playlist on YouTube of a bunch of monkeys getting hurt. People love it. They love rooting on monkeys getting hurt. I don't get it. I love monkeys. The rainforest. Unchecked majesty and anonymity is a recipe for disaster of the highest proportion. And in 2015, in Seattle, Washington, one of the greatest cities in the world, this is exactly what happened at a furry convention known as the Rainforest. Now, furry conventions aren't really a new thing, although it's not something I personally participate in because I'm normal. There's a large subculture of people who do participate in this stuff to varying degrees of intensity and sexual activity. It's called yipping. They love the yipping. These people, they love to yip. They love yipping. It seems fun. This convention was for the party folk, the bros of the furry community, if you will. I mean, look at this guy's comment 7 years ago on Reddit.
I've been to about 13 furry conventions so far. While I haven't been to Rainforest, I knew it was a party trouble. You attended a cult, and yet it's for the party hard crowd. It attracted the wrong crowds, and it didn't enforce its own policies on staff or cooking games.
The first sign of trouble for Rainforest came on the first day of the convention, believe it or not, when a group of attendees were caught vandalizing a hotel. They loosened a pipe on a toilet so that the next time it was flushed, it flooded 2 inches deep of doo-doo water around. It was so disgusting and bad that it went through the floor and flooded the servers below. Terrible. And on top of that, the hotel staff were already trying to throw out attendees that disabled smoke detectors because they needed to smoke and vape in their hotel rooms. That's illegal. and a massive liability. And thousands more dollars of property damage occurred just in the first day when someone took the towels provided next to the pool in the hot tub and just threw them in the water, and they rolled them up and they blocked the pump. Like, who fucking are these idiots? This is crazy. I don't like furries that much after I learned about rainforests. Before, I didn't really care too much about them. Damages aren't super important. Insurance will cover it. That's the whole point of the cost of these things, but still shouldn't be done, obviously. There were also reports of rampant drug use by both the staff of the hotel and the attendees of the event. I don't blame the staff for doing it, but there were over 2,000 liquid canisters at the event, which is wild. Two folks got arrested in the parking lot, one for drug possession, the other for drug dealing. Mahler! Now, if you thought this was bad enough, we're just fucking getting started, dude. The degeneracy truly doesn't stop. There was shit everywhere. Okay, there were many instances of human excrement that caused issues for the hotel. These people, I assume, just lacked full development of their brains. I don't even know if it's ableist to talk about rainforest at this point. They were peeing in the ball pit. They were pooping in the pool. They were criminal. All right, when you wear a pool diaper, that's fucking sick. There's something wrong with you if you like that. You're a fucking freak. They were just used diapers everywhere, throwing the cars, etc. Guys, it's awesome, man. This makes me really happy whenever I learn about stuff like this, to just be who I am, which is a piece of shit, but I feel good about myself. And, guys, a couple of cases of assault that transpired at the event. There was an arrest over a fight and assault. There was even an assault that took place, which is horrible. And aside from this essay, there was a glory hole drilled into a bathroom stall. It was all so bad that the hotel, which was essentially ruined and trashed, canceled the contract with Rainforest before it could even end. And there already being such a strong stigma around the furry community to outsiders, this definitely doesn't help paint a good picture of them either. Now, this was long ago. To be fair, this was a long ass. This was 8 years ago. I wouldn't be surprised.
Whether you're looking for a date or the love of your life, you know where to find us and find them.
Surprised if it happened again if they were allowed to gather. Right? You can probably imagine that a lot of normal, law-abiding, good furries have distanced themselves from this event and from the troublemakers that were here. For example, here's another Reddit user. I'm sorry you've been through all that. I'm sure you know that while those kinds of people exist, it's certainly not all of us, and definitely not most of us. I hope that your time has gets you better. Welcome to the summit. I'm Ringar. I'm pleased to be your first to say hello to a kind of new thing. Just a nice guy, right? That I'm just making fun of for no reason. If you combine Discord with anonymity and degeneracy, you're going to have some nonsense transpire. The shrinking genital disease. Poro is a funny little word that is characterized by a funny little fear. Now, this fear is the intense fear that one's genitals are shrinking into non-existence. Now, that sounds hilarious, but this can lead into panic attacks, anxiety, and even, unfortunately, sewer slide. The word koro comes from the Malay word for head of turtle, which is very funny to me because it refers to the way a turtle's head retracts into its shell, right? The exact cause of this syndrome is unknown, but it is thought to be related to cultural beliefs about the importance of male genitals. Now, I have a personal anecdote, little story. One time, I was having a terrible panic attack in 2015, driving to work as a young man, 19 years old. I'm into the working world now. I'm having terrible panic attacks all the time. I have at that point, an undiagnosed anxiety disorder. My heart would go. I have this disorder where my heart goes. It's called paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, and it's triggered by panic attacks. So it's like this big, endless fucking feedback loop of horror and panic and suicidal ideation. Terrible, low point for me. I got to work that day, walked in the stall. I was freaking out. I was like, all right, whatever, dude, I'll make this shit work out. I was also convincing myself that I had brain tumors as well at the time, so I was like worried about that too. I got to the stall to go take a pee-pee when I got to work, and I looked down. I was like, oh, and my normally dangerous unit was sucked all the way to my body, and I started laughing hysterically. And instead of that it being a fear that led to panic attacks and anxiety more so, I felt a great deal of relief because I realized that I am merely a human being. All right, it made me feel good. So it's like reverse what is happening to these poor people in Southeast Asia. And by the way, it came back. My penis is larger than ever. In some cultures, though, it is believed that if a man's penis shrinks, he will lose his virility and be unable to have children, which that makes sense, and it can cause a great deal of anxiety and fear and trigger a episode of Koro. Now, Koro episodes typically last for a few hours, but they can even last for days or even weeks. And during an episode, a person may experience a number of physical symptoms: sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, standard sympathetic nervous system activation symptoms. They may also have thoughts of suicide or self-harm because of their lack of ability, their lack of the meaning of their life is living. Right? Being able to have kids is some people's meaning in their entire life. Now, there's no specific treatment for Koro other than just pulling on it, but it can be managed with psychotherapy and medication. Getting people to understand the fear and developing sort of coping mechanisms like pulling on it will help them. And also, medication can help prevent panic attacks and reduce anxiety. But I wouldn't recommend getting medication if you think your penis is going to shrivel up and disappear, to be honest. It seems kind of crazy. Now, Koro is a very serious condition, but it is very treatable, and with people, I don't know why this is funny. An example of a Koro epidemic occurred in Singapore in the year 1967, and the epidemic began when a newspaper reported that a man had died after his penis retracted into his body. This shit almost happened to me at work, I swear to God. And this report sparked widespread fear and anxiety, and soon people all over Singapore were experiencing Koro episodes. Just a true mind game, propaganda, dude. The government and medical officials were eventually able to alleviate the epidemic by just telling people it would be all right. By the way, there is more. Another epidemic of Koro occurred in northeastern India in 1982, also triggered by a newspaper article which reported that a man had died after his penis had retracted into his body. Same thing, a bunch of people went to the hospital with Koro symptoms, and then they were able to alleviate the thing by telling people it would be okay. These obviously were very poor areas. They didn't have great access to freedom of information. They didn't know that this wouldn't happen. You know, people didn't even know germs were real 150 years ago, so it's okay. It's all right. Koro's not real. You'll be fine. Just hold it.
Oh, you're awake. Well, your teeth are finished, and where's my thing at?
What? The Dumbo chimpanzee war. Humanity is usually seen as the most war-prone species, with bloody war after bloody war, sometimes even involving the whole world. There is, however, another species that isn't just Homo sapiens sapiens that is capable of such brutality: chimpanzees. Between the years of 1974 and 1978, in the Gombe Stream National Park in Tanzania, there was a war between the members of the Casey community of chimpanzees. In 1974, a researcher by the name of Jane Goodall, you've probably heard of her, she's the chimp lady, she noticed a group splintering, and over 8 months it had split in two. There was the Casakila and then the newly formed Kahama, or whatever. I don't know how to say these words. The Casakila group was comprised of 8 males, 12 females, and their young. The Kahama, the separatists, consisted of 6 males, 3 females, and their young. So, you know, one's got more bitches, they're weaker. The Kahama tribe is much weaker.
Nutritionists study food and its impact on health. So do dairy farmers.
Hey, I'm getting back into running, and I say no more. It's sneaker season. Fresh, so fresh.
In January of the same year that Jane noticed this, the war began. A group from the Kahama community attacked and killed a chimpanzee from the Casakila community. And this was the first time that scientists had ever observed chimpanzees killing each other in such a brutal way. The war continued for 4 more years, all the way until 1978. There were at least 11 deaths, including all of the male members of the Kahama community. After all the males died, the war ended because there's no one else to fight. The Casakila community successfully defeated the Kahama community and took control of their territory. And alas, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Now, why would monkeys attack each other like this, or chimpanzees, whatever the fuck you want to call them? Normally they're just throwing shit, running around, screaming and stuff. I don't know, dude, and neither do scientists. At least they don't fully understand why, but they have an idea, unlike me. They believe it was a combination of factors: a power struggle between 3 high-ranking males, an unusual scarcity for fertile females, and the introduction of a new male into the Kasakili. Now, the war resulted in a number of significant findings. For example, it showed that chimpanzees were capable of waging war, which is terrible. It showed that they were capable of being just as brutal as human beings, just as violent, just as evil. Now, second, it led to a better understanding of chimpanzee social behavior and how power struggles and resource scarcity can lead to conflict, just like with humans. Third, it raised ethical questions concerning the role of humans in observing and studying wild animals, because they introduced it in the thing, and it is not good. It didn't end up very well. It caused a big fucking war. Now, since all this happened, scientists have continued their study of the Gombe chimpanzee war and have learned a great deal about chimpanzee behavior as a result of all this stuff, obviously. One cool thing, they learned that chimpanzees are capable of planning and strategizing and coordinating attacks. They can use tools as an advantage in their warfare. The Gombe chimpanzee war was a fascinating and tragic event, but it did teach us a lot about funny monkeys. And that's good, guys. It makes me feel a little bit better knowing that we're not the only ones that are capable of great, unrealistic, unreasonable violence. The Blue Whale Challenge. The Blue Whale Challenge is a 50-day self-harm and sewer slide game that has been linked to the deaths of hundreds of young people around the world. Now, this is not funny by any means, but this is a real thing that I heard about a long time ago and learned more in depth about recently. And it's absolutely mind-boggling. The challenge is named after the idea that whales beach themselves. It's a phenomenon that they give up on living, essentially, due to stress or despair. They just go on the beach and then they die. Now, how this relates to the challenge is players are assigned a series of tasks by an anonymous administrator, and the challenges start by being innocuous, like waking up at odd hours and watching some disturbing videos. As the challenges progress, the tasks become more dangerous, such as self-harm or isolating yourself from friends and family. And the final task is to commit suicide. In some instances, people would be threatened to play and participate in this game, or they would have personal information leaked from the internet. It's just a way to bully people into doing this horrible challenge. They would leak nudes, leak personal search history, conversations, or even threaten you into doing it. Threaten your family, threaten your friends. It wasn't just a dumb challenge like we see on TikTok with the fucking Pharaoh's Curse and all that nonsense. This targeted lonely and depressed teens generally that gave them the ability to be a part of something, and many of them joined us to do that, and it ended poorly. The administrator of the challenge would DM you asking you if you wanted to play a game. That's all there, he asked me. Then if you would agree, then you would get a new challenge every single day, which could range from playing a song to carving parts of your body with a sharp object. Some people might ask, well, why would you just say no? Like, why would I want to do that? Well, there's more to it. Right? There's a deep psychological aspect of being a part of something, just sort of being included or doing something that's administered to you in a way to see results, even if the results are bad. Also, if people would just decline these challenges, they would be threatened with mostly false threats of being hacked, which could make young people shit themselves and immediately decide to join the game. Days and days and days would go by of trolls, administrators, whatever you want to call them, feeding people fear and getting them to hurt themselves. Many people have lost their lives to the challenge over the last couple of years, and there is no proof that hackers had ever been able to leak any sort of personal information if you didn't participate. But it didn't stop young people, obviously, from believing that they were truly in danger. This thing's been around for a long time, by the way, and it had a comeback recently on TikTok and Instagram. I hope it never comes back again, because it's fucking lame. Stephen Pruitt. This one's kind of funny, okay? I thought this was hilarious. What would it be like to be the person with the most edits of all time on the English Wikipedia? And how many edits would that look like? Well, 5 million. This motherfucker has given one edit to 1/3 of all English Wikipedia articles. He himself has created over 33,000 articles and was named one of the top 25 most important influencers of the internet by Time magazine in 2017, alongside Trump, J.K. Rowling, and Kim Kardashian. What a list! This motherfucker, under the pseudonym of Sir Ementio di Nicolau, was a beast of Wikipedia, inspired by his love for opera. Stephen considers himself a wiki gnome, which I don't really know what that is. It sounds lame as shit. The internet considers him the wizard of Wikipedia, which is awesome. And this guy, you all need to be thankful because you use Wikipedia as a source, I'm sure, in your papers and studying school and stuff. I used to, then I would find the source of Wikipedia and I would use that as my source. Simple hack. Feel free to use it. So take this guy. He's the pinnacle of your learning life. Dude even had his own documentary, the Wikipedia editor. But his real job is not to be a gnome wizard or whatever the fuck he calls himself. His real job is an archivist for the U.S. Border Patrol. So he's paid for archiving, and he also does that in his free time. It's obviously not for money because he hasn't earned anything. He just loves free information, and he loves the idea of any information being readily available to anyone interested. Dude, is it badass? He is one of the biggest heroes of our time, and probably also has arthritis in his very sexy hands. So in conclusion, hopefully you enjoyed this iceberg. I would like to make more of these. It was very fun to make, and hopefully you guys learned a couple of lessons too, annoying or whatever the fuck. Send me ideas for
I lied. Ended my last video. I stumbled across something horrible on my own For You page that was horrible and quite interesting. And I'm going to make a video about it tomorrow, so stay tuned. I was no longer allowed to show you the horrible thing that I found on my For You page. So instead, I will show you all of the horrible things I found on my For You page in this really, really long TikTok video that you're gonna watch the whole thing. You're gonna watch all. Thank you. I love you.
I started working out in high school because I wanted to be skinny. This is lean beef patty. You want to look like her, don't you?
Here, I want to be her.
You want to be her?
Fair. Yeah.
You are a beefer.
Like in the fart way or the strong way?
No, like big Twinkie beefer.
I'm a big Twinkie beefer.
I don't know what that means. I'm trying to be mean. I just wanted to say something funny. Didn't work out that well. There's a very old person. That's so sad. I don't understand. Why is this on TikTok? The comments are really bad. Road to Pacific Times. When I got AirPods, it didn't work. What I hear versus what everyone else hears. That's good. That's good. That's good. I like that a lot. What do you guys going on, man? What the? Dude, try not to look at that rumpity dumpity around that walking machine. He's bricked up at an angle. It's very funny. That's very funny. I like that. I do like that.
Down tonight. How long?
Why'd you like this?
I don't know. They tell me it's schizophrenic that the voices in their head and maggots in their ears, and the only way to remove them is to rip the skin off their face. It's crazy.
What?
It's only 40. It's so fucking funny, dude. He's a genius, man. Thank you.
Good, right?
I love anime. I hate that though.
I'm miserable,
Yeah,
you're gonna fucking be miserable
You just
too.
told me to turn my. What? How do we get so small? How do we get there like one of those little fellas? I got any acres down south. How hard do you think it'd be doing this? Can you own them? If they annihilate the environment, what if we just kill all parents? Let me go out there. Yeah.
If you eat this, you are probably fat, unhealthy, depressed, and how you are.
Genuinely, I am not. Watch this. This is me lifting up my
Oh,
hair.
no.
And this is my hairline. You have the opposite.
That's not very nice.
What the hell was going on? What are they doing?
Oh, yeah, such a nice kitty. Oh, that's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. The cat's just cold. Nothing wrong there. Nothing wrong there. Better bring him inside. Maybe warm him up a little bit. That was just a prop cat. Just a prop cat. Nothing there.
Are you supposed to beat me up?
You're down bad. You just got caught in 4K.
Yeah. I said that to you twice.
You're down bad. Get it? Down. Oh, he's hot. That was sexy. That was it. I've never done anything remotely as sexy as that in my life. That was really hot, dude. I love Mitchell. I never tried it once. No way.
Oh, my big hairy gut. Oh, fart on my roommate's door.
I was yelling to my husband. It's like it was cute. You see that baby running too? Baby running. That's awesome, bro. It's gonna fall down. It's gonna fall down. What is this? Oh my freaking god, dude. That, bro, you can't do that. You can't do that to grandma. You can't do that. That requires a lack of respect for grandma. That set her down. Yeah, it knocked her back. That was disorienting on a lot of different levels.
Man, please have a word.
Stop their children.
Please,
Stop their children.
please.
I don't think it's what he said, bro.
No, I don't think so.
No. But he did say please, though. He's very nice.
Hey, Tom, you want to try this? What? Jolly Ranchers in the water. Man, that shit better be good.
That is a nasty ass bottle of water right there. The ones that are real squishy, I hate them.
That looks foul.
It looks like wacky slush.
Wacky slush.
What?
Sheesh, he said it's busting. Can you put your finger on your arm and go sheesh?
Ice and black tar heroin.
This shit's busting for real. Oh,
This shit
God.
busting for.
Do that. What the?
You like that?
I don't think you understand how funny that is.
I used to do it all the time in my gaming videos when I play a horror game. I go.
The insecure about that I actually find attractive. One, a big nose.
I got your nose.
You want me to say this, naughty girl?
I have a pretty substantial nose, pretty substantial sniffle. When you get into an accident, when you know you're going to take care of your naked body. Oh my god. That's funny, I guess, right? Gotta cut that old hairy bush down a little bit. Make sure they bury me with my mustache. I want to be buried the way that God put me on this earth. Big, hairy, full of shit, with a goddamn best mustache on YouTube. Okay, I've seen this one before. Nah, bro. Oh my god! Yeah, dude, I hate it when shit rhymes, man. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I don't even like it. I need to walk around. I need to get another bite of these lemon pepper. Lemon pepper stuff. Make a man feel good. Make a man feel good. All right, let's walk around with the lemon. Come on, guys, walk around with me. With the lemon pepper stuff. Come on. You know? I really need to learn how to do this.
Skinwalker changing bodies to appear more playful when outnumbered. Skinwalker changing bodies.
I mean, that is weird. That's a weird video, but do you think it's a skinwalker? I don't know enough about him. We need to do an episode of Spooky Skeletons podcast on him. You play that one more time. Let's
Skinwalker changing bodies to appear more playful and outnumbers.
You know, pops out. Also, what kind of dog moves like that? That thing's literally jumping and dancing. What the hell was that?
I don't know what I'm doing.
You can go to jail in some countries for showing that on the internet and thinking it's funny.
I farted and a poopy almost slipped out. My dad tried to hit me with a cast iron pot. I forgot to turn the stove off and burned down the whole house.
Oh, you did what? The who now? I farted and everything almost.
Now true.
You know how many times I've seen this? Like they just there's a sound of grandma falls down the stairs. People put it over shit.
I want to know what the original one was. Did Grandma really fall down the stairs?
No doubt, grandma fell down the stairs and she's dead. Because you know at a certain age when you break your hip, that's it. You go from vertical to horizontal on accident, you're dead. There's a portion of the population, a good percent too, that if you just saw them on the street and started to get, they die. They die. My great uncle died from a car crash recently.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't
How
even die
recent?
a couple weeks ago.
What? Did you know him?
Not really, no.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't know why you.
He didn't die in the car crash. He died from like the stress of it. It wasn't even like really that bad.
Oh, the
Yeah,
day that I left to go to your house, my grandma fell and fractured her hip. I told you that though.
Yeah, you told me that. I know.
She's fine.
I laughed.
You did.
I didn't actually. I
No,
did
you
not.
didn't.
If she would have got you today, I wouldn't have laughed either. Like. All right, let's watch this. Open up the Freddy's. Open up the Freddy's. POV. You're a woman going to the bathroom alone. Yoink. You know what happens?
Yeah, it happens to me every time.
Brains represent all of Florida in the U.S. Senate. A real senator posted that, by the way. A real senator posted that. What's this? Oh, she bad. That's pretty funny.
I was like, why do you like this?
Yeah. Yeah, this is. Do you let your armpits get hairy before you shave them?
No.
Very reasonable. Part 2, I'm in the car boot. You think that's real? Oh my god! Dude, that was like a fucking jump scare. Oh my god, that made my wrist weak. I got weak in the wrist in that. Did you believe that shit? That was fake as fuck, but it was so scary.
Emo Pete Davidson.
Have you seen this guy? Say it again.
I didn't know he was doing like Omegle stuff. What the fuck? That's hard.
I've seen it myself.
It's not loud. That's such a good one, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, this like duo, whoever this guy is, he's actually funny. That's extremely impressive. That's Jason Bourne. Jesus. I mean, you couldn't block that. You couldn't even block that. That's insane. He's fucking spinning, man. What is this, dude? I want more, dude. I want so much more.
There's more on this account.
How about his hairy shoulder? Ooh, is he like doing this to be a sex guy? Or?
I think so, yeah. I'm looking at his profile picture.
Mark, to watch this video with you have an extreme amount of fun covering your ears, standing up, ears, chest, legs, and arms, all vocals level. No matter the pressure, they will never wax this off. We're very hairy and proud of it.
All right, that is a fetish. You are literally like that.
I'm gay.
You tell him I was hairy?
Yeah. You know your hairy, dude. Look how much hair you got on your head.
Yeah. I can see which side's winning.
War never changes.
Red Rachel.
Mama said they'd take me anywhere. Said they was my magic shoes.
Oh, what is this, dude? I knew exactly where the sound was going. They my magic shoes. There's no fucking way, bro. Those have no ankle support whatsoever.
Oh, yeah. Mình như vậy đó là
That is a very old person. I feel like this sometimes. I feel like this sometimes. You know? Let's not be mean. This is an old person. This person's seen more, been through more than we could ever even imagine. You know? Been through more than we could ever even imagine. Sometimes I feel like this. Sometimes I feel like an old person. For these 3 seconds.
That's actually really funny. Oh my god.
For these 3 seconds. You really got it.
I love that. Appreciate that.
Man, I told you this was class. You did, huh? I don't even know why I'm tripping.
This is really funny.
Yeah, flying fish.
Oh, man. Have you seen this guy doing the markiplier dance? No. The what? Is that a markiplier dance? I tried to do it.
Now do the jerk.
Look at you dancing. What the fuck? That video. You have to. You have to. You can't leave that out. Okay, I'll jerk. Oh my god.
My head during the daily tease meeting. That's the new theme song of my entire channel. People just like full body things. Named Russell. I'm sure Russell. I'd love to see your full body. Great car. What do you think he sounds like?
Yeah. Maybe this is heavy breathing.
They want to see my full body.
Oh my god! I got COVID on that now. That horse looks funny. Am I at the Triple Crown yet again?
Who's this helping?
It sounds like your farts.
What? You haven't heard my farts then, bro. I go, or just like some ones that just I fart and then I feel like it's like my asshole gets offended and it hurts. Oh, and I like shoot forward. Oh, because they're so close. Oh, you know.
I'm laughing, I'm crying.
Yeah, they did a good job with the hair in this game. Shit looks pretty good. Look at that.
That's what my guy looks like too.
You can do that.
My guy's chin looks like a fucking shovel. Really? Yeah, he's got a shovel chin. You haven't played it yet? I don't have it. It sucks. It's not very good. Yeah, I don't think we need it.
Hoorah!
Oh my god, there's no way. Is that real?
It's him. It's Gluteus Maximus.
Marines are now escorting TikTokers. That is so funny. I think that's so funny. This guy just has like just a big fat ass. That's his thing. He's having a big fat dumping. He walks around and then just like trolls people on the news and shit. It's really funny. You guys seen this guy?
Frankie Lapina. It's just so funny. Oh my god. It's so funny. It's gotta be fake too. This is not real. It's not real. Obviously his ass isn't real, but this news isn't real. They don't use mics like that on the news. They don't use stupid fucking like $150 Sennheiser random. It's so good. I love that. You should do merch like that.
We're gonna play basket sauce. Whoever doesn't score is sauce.
Oh my god, there's literally no way. That's not funny at all. That's not fucking funny at all, bro. That's dumb. That's dumb as shit. I don't know, man.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Oh boy. Oh boy. You don't feel bad about it? No. Would you do it again?
What?
Yes. I wanted to. You know, I'm so. Yeah.
What a crazy old grandma.
Don't say anything.
Always a highly powered.
Today.
He's insane.
Ever pray?
What's your first one?
God.
Well, that's not good. You killed my dad, bro. What the hell's wrong with that granny? She looks like such a normal old granny, too. She's a granny with a dark secret, though.
Everybody was being butthurt about how much a gallon of gas costs. I cornered the market and fuel-efficient cars. So if you would like a Prius, please hit me up. I'm about to show you a dirty secret of mine. I've got Priuses for everybody, every budget, all run good. Come and get one. Slide in my DMs if you're looking for a fuel-efficient car.
What? Also an El Camino. This video is so old, by the way, but it makes sense. This was back a long time ago, and now gas prices are so high, I think. I don't really know. I don't leave my house.
What the is this? Come on, it's funny. Come on out. I love Minecraft. What's wrong?
I was sure you realize I could strangle you. Strangle the life out of you. Just how I thought men would be.
I think the same thing, but I think that they hold it. But I think that they take it out of their little pants hole.
I go full kindergarten style. I button and just pants down, just straight to the floor.
To the eagles.
Yeah. I unbutton, sit down, pull my underwear all the way down. I don't use the easy entry hole, and then I just like try to pull it out of my pant leg and then just let.
Can you take 10 steps back and then do a whole time?
My name is Walter Hartwell White. I live at 308 Negra Arroyo Lane, New Mexico 87104.
Panda Express fucking sucks, dude. I have no respect for anyone who regularly eats at Panda Express. It is the worst fast food there is.
It's me, Jessica. Perfect to you.
That's pretty funny. That's literally made for that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and the next time you call me a sex offender, make sure you put registered in front of it.
Wait. Did I fucking miss something?
Did I miss something? What happened to Modern Warriors? His name? There's no way, dude. What happened? Did I miss something? What happened?
Hey, colonizer.
What happened, colonizers? No way. Feel bad for whoever the victim is. I don't really care that much to, read into it. But hopefully this guy gets what he deserves. He deserves it. My dude really said, it's not worth it. This has me deceased. Look, Belle Delphine commented on it. I sense another video coming. What do you sense?
I think we should review some of her private videos.
I'm going to share her to WhatsApp.
I'm going to share her Telegram.
No, share to Telegram.
I'm going to share her Telegram.
Share her to it.
I'm going to share her LinkedIn. You gonna fart?
No, you're just making me mad. I'm trying to reach the water, Daddy.
You'll never guess what I just ran into in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Frankie McDonald.
I'm Frankie McDonald. You were
Yeah.
the big psycho.
Thank you.
I hope to one day run into the rare everything. How rare of an encounter is that? Yeah, like if you had to quantify that in video game terms, that's like the last achievement you get. Yeah. Encounter Frankie. Yeah. That's also what my dog's name is, by the way, Frankie. He commented on it. And also he's my friend, he's a follow. Hello, Frankie. What is this? I just had some caffeine. Monkeys can't give it gritty.
Son, I can't be your man.
That's a jackass monkey right there.
Fucking fan. I get bread.
He tried to gritty. He tried to gritty a little bit. That was a pretty good gritty right there.
You honestly think I don't know the horse has a dog 65 hours moving?
He's trying to fucking kill him with his mind. That's how I do. That's what I feel. I say something dumb as shit in the chat. I just like, I wish you'd blow up. Oh my god. Ratatouille moment. I'm liking that one. I'm saving that one for later.
I'm curious about the niche things that you personally perceive to be comedy.
I call it crossing the desert. It's when you have a joke and it's very funny, but then you like push it too far or you cross some line and it's like not funny. Not crossing the line like offensive, that's a different thing. This is really just from like,
I don't like when people try to teach me stuff on TikTok. No offense to this guy. Seems like a really nice guy, but I'm not listening.
Shut up.
Fight for what you want. Ever since we were kids, running up and down these streets. Trying to get to the top. What for?
Versatility. All electric for short trips. Combustion and electric for longer. The Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid.
I'm stupid.
Right. Oh my god! That is so well done, dude. Oh my god, anglerfish. Anglerfish, that's real anglerfish. That's real one. That's a real one. I mean, why would you? Oh my god! Was that real? Tell me that wasn't real, please. I'm shitting and pissing. I'm not. I don't care. That one wasn't even scared, and I'm not even scared. How about this one? Let's see if this one's gonna make you scared. Who is that? Is that, oh my god. You got a friend in me. Wow. My biggest fear. Who's afraid of this type of shit? Oh, Woody. That's a big Woody right there, I tell you what. Sandwich. Oh my god. Chicken sandwich. That's pretty good. It's kind of a rare chance, I feel like. I mean, with me in it.
This Iranian man has found a real elf.
That's a fucking monkey in a wig. What?
It's
a real elf! Look at it!
It's raining! You better catch it, they're rare!
I'm looking at her nipples.
She's so centered, self-centered, but still. And you're just staring at her nipples.
Yeah, that's true.
I was too. Yeah, I decided I'm in love with you. No, dude. This is Harry Potter. He was from Georgia. No way. They look related.
We went to Goodwill and picked each other's old outfits. Then ate a Cracker Barrel.
and a crack a barrel.
He was full as a tank.
Out here in my we will look good as elders is the caption. Stand there like Trump. So good.
Yeah, it was great. Kingfisher Night. I want to do that.
Hear me. Me taking one last look at my life and make sure I eat breakfast. All my medications kick in and wake up alone as I get bored. This genuinely sad.
Yeah.
The music is great. You do that?
I feel like I just look like an old person trying to chew.
Yeah, that would be. You look like you're chewing on something. Am I doing it? I love this thing. I love this thing. Gritty. Yes, gritty. This is the, you know, the quicker than that, buddy.
Yeah, he's quicker than that, buddy.
Ain't the corn nuts. Ain't them corn nuts. Not quite, it's like old school Mariah Carey. I'm gonna be honest with you. How is she doing that? This woman is strong. That's awesome. How'd she do that? How is she doing that?
Who wants the smoke? 360 no-scope Bay assault.
Yep.
There's no way that's actually pee.
The forbidden humidifier, one man said in the comments. Piss heater is their name.
I think it's piss now. I take back my doubt.
It is definitely piss.
The image is disturbing. 2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
He's been dirty bulking this whole time. He's getting shredded underneath all that. Yeah, oh yeah. Is that right? Yeah. Is that right? No. Harry, do you remember Summer 09? No, insane. I looked like shit in 2009. I was a little boy.
I would do this trend, but I have a fucking Neanderthal Bravo. Ain't got
Oh,
nothing
that's
on
not nice. That's not nice, bro. That's not fucking nice. That's mean as shit. Y'all, I was gonna make a joke about myself. All right, that is not nice. Just wait till the end. I'm dying. Holy breath. Let me crack a O in the old neighbor. Imagine not even looking up to see if there's someone watching you. This has to be Great Britain, eh? Oh wait, got me naughty out. Oh, Harry, the bobbies is coming. The bobbies are coming. Oh, Harry, how fucking long does this take? Look at him just slowly getting his way in the house. This just wouldn't happen in America, man. He's gotta get a ball gauge to his noggin.
Hi, Jason.
What you doing?
Just checking a package on my Pitney Ship mobile app. You?
Yes, that Pitney Ship Cube shipping label printer you got has a built-in scale, right?
Mm-hmm. Why?
Take a look. Did it myself.
Whoa!
What do you think?
I think that's why they invented the Pitney Ship Cube, Jason. Pitney Ship Cube. Shipping should be this easy.
Where's that living son of a gun? Looking for me, yellow belly? This pack ain't big enough for both of us. I knew she'd take me back. Set it up for the cub. Draw. Boy, we ain't got time for this. There's aliens in the store.
There's no better place to start your RC adventure than Friendly Hobbies. Whether you drift, crawl, fly, or bash, Friendly Hobbies has the best selection of radio-controlled vehicles you've ever seen. And with free challenging RC courses, family fun never stops at Friendly Hobbies. It's out of this world.
Friendly Hobbies. Your RC adventure starts here.
Oh my god! Fucking smacked the shit out of it. Oh my lord. Aw. It's like trying to roll our window up even higher. That wouldn't scare me at all. I don't really get scared by stuff, to be fair. Like, I don't really like get scared by anything that's normally scary. I get scared by stuff that's not scary, like going to the store and stuff.
Hey, a Power Ranger.
All right.
I ain't got no Toyota.
Toyota.
is more American than Ford at this point, unless you buy one made in Michigan or whatever. But I like them Toyotas. I got to pay a 6-cylinder with the gas pod and an 8-cylinder and the power 4-cylinder. That's right, fellas. I'm self-aware. I know about Blake. It's like this, you can't use your upper body. That working out that fat fucking dumpy. All right. By the way, if you look up Gorilla Dumpy, I am still the top search result. I don't make the rules. It's just what happens. Should I get a frosted tip mustache? Yeah. I can't though. My mustache is already blonde.
What if you like completely bleached it and made it white?
That would be
Then
weird.
it would just look like you had a milk mustache all the
Yeah,
time.
it looks great. It's like a blonde though. A lot of people don't realize that.
It's very blonde. It glows in the sun.
It looks green on camera sometimes. Yeah, you weren't supposed to agree.
It looks great.
It looks literally green sometimes. This is how it's like pretty big. What's so funny? Scandinavia. Dude, that's like a genuinely funny TikTok.
I think my cousin's playing video games. Let's go check. Yo, JJ, what's up, bro? What are you playing? Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh.
Holy shit. I didn't think that would be funny.
Yeah, because you've seen it before. You sent it to me.
Yeah.
Is she lying? That's the audience. Every time we mention that, they're like, no. Every time I do that face, that's what I do. Like that's a whole thing. It's a whole like, it's a package.
Do you stick your belly out too?
Yeah, yeah.
Does that hurt?
Oh yeah.
I can't really stick my belly out before.
Yeah, it's already sticking out all the time.
Rubber baby bucky bumpers. Rubber baby bucky bumpers.
Dude, fuck off. I hate this. Don't. I don't think he's doing that.
What are you doing after right, mate? Get off the road. Get off the road. Right? You can't be on the road.
Yeah, we can do it. 100,000 likes on buy a koala. I don't think you can, but.
Oh man, I forgot about this.
You did. Dude, that guy's got titties, bro.
Yeah,
His titties are way bigger than yours.
well, long shot too.
Literally a long shot. They're freaking long, dude. That is disturbing. How do you get titties like that? Like, you can't just eat and get those. You gotta, like, pray to God for something like that. Wicked.
I don't know, but she's in danger.
Oh my God. I did that.
We're laughing at him. We're laughing at him.
You don't deserve that shit, man. Poor guy.
Does anyone know where the
You have this urge?
Yes.
2 hours?
You have a tiny gynecologist. What is that? What the fuck is that? Where's that thing go? Got nothing on Dr. Pepper. Tell you what. Gail thinks this.
That's so well done. Oh my God.
Oh my.
I just like the monkey.
Yeah, I don't care anything else. Yeah. What's that
fucking show with the little flapjack.
Mm-hmm.
The guy
Yeah. I don't know what it's called. I don't watch. No. But is it that there was Captain Knuckles?
That isn't.
Oh. I know that. Yeah. He came over to our house. He stayed in my home. Yeah, he stayed in the house. Oh, here's that same dog.
Isn't there something that you want more than anything else in this world?
I would be king of the pirates.
King of the pirates. So treacherous, boss.
This is our fight until we find the One Piece.
Frankie Fruit hates that song, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, I played it for her the other day. Hates it.
The only two things we got to prove they were living.
It's made me a fruit. I'm doing the front
Just like 60 years old.
Farm Failing Living. I don't like his side profile very much.
No.
Yeah, let's show off our side profiles. Mine degrades substantially when I smile. Matt,
What the freak? That's a freaking fruit bat. That's where AIDS came from. I thought that was from monkey. A monkey ate a fruit bat or something like that. And then monkeys transmitted it. Yeah. Oh, it might be Ebola. Fruit bat might be Ebola. Okay, that's I knew it.
Justice. Well, that seems like we just witnessed a murder. How I eat a salad as a full-time living and working model in Midtown New York City, United States of America. I like this. This is also how I just eat in general. Nice shoes. I like them shoes.
Every guy cannot admit to. Number one, we love feet. I mean, seriously.
Can we just walk by those?
Yeah, that's not true. I don't like being touched. Where's my pussy at? Oh, there's one. One of my mini. I feel like Mariah Carey. Mariah, holding my headphones up.
Secrets every guy cannot admit to.
Yeah, this guy's really cringy. I don't relate to him at all. There's one. I'm not sure where the other one is. I got a few of them. Oh no.
Hello, mate. Can I get a point of setup? I'm going down over the pitch to watch a football game. I might get some fish and chips. Oh, what's your uncle?
It's true. I mean, that's a pretty solid point.
Oh, that's so Guys, queens, slay! Slay! Slay your enemies! Ruler of
I like that. I like that so much, dude. That made me want to fucking slay somebody. That made me want to fucking kill somebody.
Oh, if I could say one thing to Biden, especially
It's that same guy.
it would be just this. Shut up, stupid.
Wait, we're saying, Brendan. I think you need to tuck that hat in a little more. Shut up, stupid. Always test the water before paddleboarding in South America. What is that? What is that, Jism? Looks like I'm not going to be going paddleboarding in South America anymore. I'm going to have to change my plans on that one, guys. Because I totally plan on going paddleboarding in South America. Okay, this one's not that scary. The grandma one was very, very uncomfortable. I did not like that at all. This is a driving one. Oh, that's kind of creepy. Probably scary when it's turned up. That's pretty scary. I like that. I like that one. That one's good. That was pretty scary. That got my Dwinkie, bro. That got my. Let's just say my is out right now. That's how scary that was. All right, guys.
This is how I scare my neighbors with my voice.
This seems like it's gonna be fun. gaslighting, man. This is some girl boss shit. So order. That would make the hair stand up on the back of my sack. I tell you what, if I heard that in the stairwell, I'd be like this. I'd be looking around like this. I'd maybe do a quadruple take. And then I do a spin take. And then I run away. And then I drop trowel, take a shit, run. 2 movements: bowel movement, physical movement, shit, run.
My dog, hey, you got that wet, I'll lift you like a tech deck. Yeah, I'll run my set.
That's a small dog. Reminds me of my new dog that I just got. His name is Freddy Fazbear. It is quite a dubious creature. I shall retrieve it for the video. It's just my little collectible item that I found. Don't worry about it. This little person, I like to hold it like an item, like a collectible item. I like to hold it. I think it's a Chihuahua. I don't know. Is it a bitch? There he is, really. That's pretty funny. I like that. How the fuck did she not expect that? By the way, like, what do you expect will happen when you squeeze it open and you squirt it out? Do you think something else is gonna happen? Do you think it's gonna be green or blue or purple, like that nasty ketchup from the 90s that we all ate, we barely remember? Eating on boiled hot dogs and bread and throwing it all up over the floor. I did that once.
I've been told that my laugh is very reminiscent of the Joker.
Of the Joker, yeah.
I just know it's like hanging over you.
That's not. What are you talking about? I'm not like that at all. The fuck? But then it gets way worse.
I think, yeah.
Dude, this guy is insane.
Oh my god, dude. Is that fucking real?
Do you think that I actually like that?
No.
Yeah, what? I love TikTok so much. Yes. Yes. I got fucking killed it. 15-year-old me, coming diners that is 15-year-old me was legally coming drive-ins. I see him. 21-year-old me with me shotgun and with dives I hit. 54-year-old me is rolling out looking for all 3, dude. I freaking love this.
Happy Valentine's Day, bro.
I learned. Give me that caramel. I used to fucking love this guy.
Happy Valentine's Day, bro.
I cried when he found out he died. Do not say anything about you doing this to me. Because I know that's exactly where you're at.
We should make a video where we give him yoga.
What the fuck is going on in this? It's not sexual.
Do you think he's gonna come?
No.
Do you think as a species we were meant to be doing this?
No, I think, I don't know a lot, but I think that does nothing right there. I think that's all fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit. He should just stop and be like, get out of my house.
Oh, fuck my sister, fuck quick. If you don't teach me shit.
That's so good, dude. That's so freaking funny. I wanted to start.
After I tell a joke to you.
That's true, honestly. I wish I could do that, make a song like that. I wish you could make it clip in real life. You know? I thought that was a little ball sack there hanging, but that was funny looking. funny. Me watching a 23-year-old woman across the restaurant that's sitting by herself is completely oblivious to the fact that she's been being the next on my slaughter list.
Jura!
He's so funny.
Ugh.
Dad. I was just about to say, I feel like this is what your dad does when you're not there.
No way!
Soft shell turtle.
Holy shit.
How does he look like that?
I was holding on the door.
Oh my god.
Hands getting off of her, bitches like me.
No,
unironically like that song. I've listened to it a lot. You listen to it all the time? Yeah. Well, not really. It's like a weird that's forced upon my ears quite often. It hasn't been in weeks. There was about a week period where I listened to it and stayed away. I have not listened to it. I played Among Us with this man. We did. That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. We did play Among Us with this guy. Yep. Forgot about that.
Somebody got cancer checks at the time.
Go, guy, you got cancer.
I don't think he's actually a doctor.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences.
Whoa, okay, Kaczynski moment. She wasn't rocking with the poop dollar. Poop dollar! Ooh, what? Are you shitting me? That's a 2-for-1 deal. That's money and food.
You get to a heated argument with your girlfriend, and then she puts a dirty, musty socks back on and says that's it. Till England Wednesday is officially canceled.
Yep, that's not,
How to keep your cool during an encounter with a wild Alaskan coastal brown bear and her cubs. Run away!
Hi, babies.
Dude, why are the babies coming towards it? This same shit happened to me with a black bear, though. On job. Same shit happened to me with a black bear.
Come too close.
You're gonna die, dude.
Too close. No. Hi, baby.
Back away. Yeah, and run like at that point before you get that close. Before it sees you, run away. I don't like that guy. He's dumb.
Shut up, stupid.
I don't think so.
This is scary.
She put her pool one time in a microwave for autumn to eat. Yeah.
What?
Eat it.
I don't like how it's going from right to the left of my head. She put a pooter in a microwave, bud. What does that even mean? Also, not that scary, too. Not that scary. These types of things, they're really not that scary because it's just, why would there be ghosts there? Why would there be certain terrible things happen? But did they? Did they happen? That's funny. Shocking news on Zip. He's dead. Guys, why? How come they always die right as the camera cuts to him? That seems like that happens a lot. People just dying as the camera cuts to them. Check this out.
Oh my god, she's insane.
I sent this to sister because she was talking about how
I sent this to my sister.
I saw that.
That's very funny. That's me, like, from 2011 to 2008.
Man named Martin Pistorius once endured a 12-year coma, even though he was completely aware of his surroundings. You could see and hear everything, including his mother saying she hoped he would die. But he couldn't show any signs of consciousness and was completely trapped.
it's not funny. I don't know why I laughed.
In 1965, a machine was patented to deliver a baby using centrifugal force. The machine would spin a woman until the baby came out, and he or she would be caught in an egg.
What's the difference between centripetal and centrifugal force, Tara?
I didn't know those words existed until just now.
Dude, what? I mean, there's literally no, like, not even 1% of anything I saw in that I can refer to in my own experience. This is truly a skull emoji moment. Oh. You can make a combustion engine out of that. You sleep in a secret room with your dad. Mac is so dude, people tell me I snore. I don't really snore. I honk sneeze and then me regaining partial nasal sanity after 2.5 weeks. No, son. It's been 2.5 weeks. When did I leave? Dude, what's up with you and losing your freaking mind? I don't know. The most delicious Polish food. Have you ever met a Polish person?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Really?
There's a lot of them in Iowa.
Those are just Irish people. I like this. You stick smaller than my toes. Is that a real song? Imagine if a dude, well, I'm sure dudes have, but if a guy, like, in modern days, made a song about, he's as big as a hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is not very nice. Why would you make, his poor dick is so small, and she made a freaking song about it. Poor guy.
Smaller than my toes.
I'm trying to think of a funny lyric I was going to do. Her pussy lips drag the flow.
Oh.
Her tits sag real low. Her butthole got an extra hole. How about that one?
That's good.
No, it's not. It's terrible.
I liked it.
Y'all need some dubs, alright? Y'all British folk need some dubs. Been taking too many L's since 1776, and also almost in 1812. It was almost a fat L. Almost. It was close. It was close. Close L. Grandparents get definitely gritty. Oh my god.
I get bread on these bags. I was 7 years
Oh
old.
my god. Dude, that's awesome. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
I don't know what's going on.
Neither do I.
Dude is literally built for gaming. Oh my god, that's awesome. Is he just going like this, or does he have really short arms?
I think he has really short arms because his shoulders are all the way forward. Where are his elbows?
How fucking weird do I look like this?
Hands look really big.
I'm looking at you right now. I've never taken an eye off you. I gotta look at it visually.
Just the truth, otherwise I'm fucking holding back.
What's gritty? I don't know.
I can't be your man.
I think it's a dance, maybe. That's the gritty. That's the gritty.
I was 7 years old. Oh God, I know.
Oh my god. What the? Just that guy just gritty? Dude, he just gritty on that help. Let's see. How? Hey. Yeah, he came in like this, and then he's like splitting his legs down. Yeah, left and right. Do that, but also the clock name, you have that. Good enough. Steve Hart. We're both really white. Oh my god.
You think he's doing it again? I gotta leave.
What is this?
You're not gonna follow you. It will come right behind you.
Having no more than 1 square foot of space, that's bull. Having lots of space, that's Vital Farms.
Yes, it is. Now,
Oh my!
I come with you and let you smell it all the way. You can't run from it.
What is
You
this?
can't run from birds.
What the Sam hell is going on here?
You're home walking.
Is this real?
I let it.
You're gonna gas me to death.
Dude, that's awesome. That's the kinkiest shit I've seen all week, I tell you what. That's the kinkiest shit I've seen all week. I know fucking way that's real.
I'm gonna take a monster and I'm gonna tickle that dirty crotch.
Oh, I mean, at least be enthusiastic. Holy shit. I'm a little single monster.
Oh my god! Look out right now! Look out! Can I touch those wires? No!
Yeah, touch him. That's it. Did
Did she touch the wires, guys? I don't think she touched the wires. If she would have touched the wires, that would have been funny, though. All right, anyways.
Bring out the olive.
Right. Unless some little fish. Fish are stupid, right? I wish they were smart. You know?
I wouldn't touch that if I were you. I wouldn't grab that if I were you. I wouldn't have on you guys.
I believe.
I hope your day was good. That's a kiss from me to you. In case you need it.
I'm crying a little bit. You're making me scared. Yeah, my eyes are watching.
Right now, I don't care. We're not saying anything about it.
Tell her to stop.
This is how everyone in the comments feel when they say, "Boop was only funny because of his editor."
When really they just want to like hate when people say that. Not actually compliment, not funny.
Will you let go of that
Yeah.
stupid piece already? I have been with a customer.
Dude, it was going like 100 miles per hour the other day. It was insane.
Tonight, tell me this. I love food and also wine. More than wine. I love wine.
He looks like a pretty NPC from like Morrowind. He looks like an elf. Playing the favorite song, please, or track. Today, people thought it was having a splendid hundreds of pounds. To hundreds of pounds. Yes, we do. You can let us know our video coming soon. It's Bill and Mark has begun. Bill and Mark has begun. It's also been creepy. Oh, shit.
I love German so much. Can you look at that camera and smile?
You gonna do that for me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, what happened, my friends?
How is that even possible?
I don't know.
Oh, you want to fight? You want to fight? Don't fuck to that. Don't. Oh, you want to fight? You want to fight? Don't fuck to
Did he
that.
actually?
I don't understand.
Hey.
He just fought himself and still lost. John Carpenter's the thing. What is this? You know what I'm saying? Should I say that? I feel like not a lot of what we've said so far can be used in the video. We've been being very like edgy.
Yeah. We need to tone it back.
Even to mention my age. Remember he way down south in the Sichuan province.
Way down south in the land of traders, rattlesnakes, and alligators.
That's rough. China's kind of, stuck in the past, it seems.
Screw it. Stiff in the stairs.
Do you guys ever walk around like that? I walk around like that sometimes. Like just like really stiff. I walk around and I spin as I walk. It's like I feel like I'm in like a third person. Like it'd be easier to walk if I was in the third person type. Bart sad core edits. This is emotional as shit.
But if you close your eyes.
I love this guy. This guy's had some ups and downs. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Old Zach Galloway, that's funny. There's actually a dead one of those in my kitchen right now. We grab it right.
Ow.
Oh, the old mushmouth. The old mushmouth speak. Tell you what, you go to Buckhannon, West Virginia, you can't understand a word they're saying, right? You can't understand a word they're saying. There's a certain point in many states, you go to little areas, there's no outside access to the government, there's no aid, there's no running water, and they talk like that. Yo, yeah. Literally me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Which one am I?
I would say you're the one in the green and Clint's the one in the red.
That first move, no way Clint could pull that off. No way.
And you do the last dance all the time.
What is that?
What is that?
I think it's like a little augmented reality thing. You getting real close to the screen. Get your Hassan Ali haircut. Rocking the Hassan part.
Looks like a gummy bear.
Run on lit and walk with your friends in Montana. What do you think about that?
That happened to me the other day, and it almost sent me over the edge. I get it.
You seem like you're over the edge now, though. You're just sitting there like, you're sweating. And you better get pumped to send me your TikToks.
I send you them. They're good, I swear.
Why don't I just finish making the oldest Xbox known to man? Don't make Uno free.
Oh.
Are you good at it now?
No, I've never played it before.
I'm only good digitally. I've never been good at the card game.
Do you want to play Uno tonight?
No.
Okay.
Who was your For You page? Wild play. Oh yeah, yes. Country music, construction, war. I think that's everybody's reason. Yeah. People who have a specific lack of a certain part of the human DNA. And also cooking, it seems like, and then a lot of just, well, actually, really, there's no breasts, really. I haven't seen a single big old breast yet. This dog, if you see this dog a lot, I have never seen this dog before. Wait, we both follow each other. I feel like it's good, dog.
Caso de que no lo sea. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches.
Yes, I see it. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night.
When punching somebody, go like that before you punch them. It will distract them, and then you'll be able to punch them, and they won't be able to dodge. So like this.
Okay.
Oh shit! Oh shit! It's working on me! Yes, me.
When punching somebody, just do this right before you punch.
I love this guy. This guy's been blowing up.
When you punch somebody and you're out in town and you're a cowboy, just go like this. Just like that right there, brother. Hell yeah. Also, you probably get shot if you do that in real life. I like it.
I enjoy being athletic.
This seems weird. Seems like I shouldn't have been watching that right there. Seems like it might have been illegal to watch that right there, to be honest.
All right, so why are you here?
She has like 14-year-old.
Speak up. What?
She has like a 14-year-old.
Oh.
And why are you here with the 14? Are you lonely?
Yes.
Okay. Get on your knees. Tell the camera that KSI is the best rapper ever.
KSY is the best rapper ever.
KSI.
KSI is the best rapper ever.
And you will never do this ever again.
I will never do this ever again.
And if you do, I'll catch you, and things will be a lot worse. Okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Obi-Wan here will not be so nice.
There's no way. I feel like it. There ain't no way that's real. There ain't no damn way that's real. What the fuck?
Is that a skit? The top comment is, should have made him give you top. Oh my god. That's fucked up. I wish I could.
delete this. I wish I could dislike this. I wish I could dislike it. I wish I could report it for something that would immediately get it taken down and it would this is 3 million likes. That means it worked. The person is trying to get you to double tap. It is from memes.hub.india. The top comment is game for paid promotion. Is this capitalism? What is this? What am I looking at here? Hello?
What are you doing?
Recording a video.
Sorry.
You got anything you want to tell the people of the world? Give me some sage advice.
Don't be a you don't know.
Okay, there you go. That's pretty sage. Is it Canadian money?
Yeah.
I'm feeling like my relationship with Canada is about to be healed.
Wait, no, that's not Canadian money. That's English money.
Okay, never mind.
He's British.
How we bring our first Christmas together as a family? If I was a baby child.
He's just a baby, Tara.
I don't like him.
Aren't your maternal instincts kicking in?
Oh no, I want to
Take care of the baby. Take care of the baby. I think his diaper's full.
Stop crying. What is that thing?
That's you.
That's not really what I look like.
That's how I see you. Yeah, when you come back.
See a snake under the surface, eating something bigger than me.
Every time after I eat a KFC bowl, my coochie literally smells exactly like KFC screen.
What? That woman is really gross. She's so gross. There's no reason to be that full gross all the time. Jesus Christ.
My life was never
Dinner. What the fuck was that, bro? That was a fucking fake baby, I assume. God, I hope that was a fake. What the fuck did we just watch?
Yeah, sure.
I hate these videos.
This guy stole my phone!
Yeah, I like this one.
He took my phone!
I like this one. Oh my god.
Y'all be going, oh, it's not real. We're just acting. No, I saw a wiener. I did not want to see a wiener today.
I don't watch shows where they show wieners. Alright, I only watch shows where they show boobies. Okay, guys, I'm that's just me. I don't like wieners. Okay, guys, I'm not a big fan of wieners. I don't like schnitzel. That's an affirmative wink. Wasn't any sort of anything sussy. Just thinking about how when I die, the workers at the morgue are going to see it on soft mode, and then every time I'm packing, I'll probably go home and be like, well, babe, you're not going to believe what I sound like today. That's actually a really good thought. Morgue workers here, not only is it in soft mode, it's also cold in the room, so there's absolutely no blood in there, making it even worse. Raisin mode. That sucks.
So after watching your stream, I took my girl out on a nice romantic date. Just when I got her home, I put my hand down her pants and it felt so like I was feeding a horse. What are your thoughts?
This guy was of all time, dude. And the dog breaking character is unheard of, man. That's really funny. But pro-life think abortion is.
The girl showed a sexy bikini, showed a sexy beach in the summer, and the beach because of sexy hot rays from the bikini and the bikini suit. How about girls show the bikini and the beach?
Dude, since when is Dr. Lupo on TikTok? This is the genuinely so scary.
Yeah.
He's probably just trying to just get TikTok to show more see.
That's a good point.
But like, a little sussy. Oh my god. Yeah. What the is that?
I don't know.
It's a self-contained udder experiment. Do you like my very dramatic look?
I was gonna say I like watching you do that, and I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm gonna put on that.
Really? You're editing it live?
My olive concord and got all my fart bugs into booba.
Why did you think that was good? That doesn't mean I'm gonna like this. That's why. Like all of the complicated stuff. He would never do that. No. Yeah, we should ask.
Yeah, sorry.
Paul Allen. Oh, you're making jokes about this movie. You're like, we just watched it. Want to see my business card?
How you doing to the camera?
Only when it's like near my face. You know where to hold it. You've done this before.
Looking good. Very excellent.
Wouldn't you guys drive on the left side of the street? That sure is peculiar, huh?
When I raced off schools, oh no, I should have get already, mate.
So what you call French fries? Wow, that is wild.
Only you would say that, coming from a boy whose children are getting flawed and stole.
What do you call cigarettes? You couldn't use that word for cigarettes. No, that wouldn't really fly here.
Oh, at least they got a real British person to play him too, so it's not like cultural appropriation or whatever. Made up shit we're talking about nowadays. He's falling to the sky. He's dead. Bro, what the fuck did I just watch? Rest in peace, Kitty. Wow, that is incredible. There's a video of Tara trying to do the worm. Tara, put the video of you doing the worm in the video, please. Thank you. You fool. I just turned on. Basically, all American boys are circumcised. What does that mean? What is that? What is this? Is that normal? Is that not normal? Is that not normal, bro? I don't got that little balloon tip. You can't tie me off, alright? I'm American. You can't tie me off with the tip. You have to go to Europe to do that shit. Don't get mad at my face, motherfucker. I got drip.
What do I do? You guys, I'm so close. Do I just leave it here?
Oh no, right there. Something wrong with that thing.
What's wrong with it?
That thing's got a pre.
Oh my god. Okay.
Dear Jesus Christ.
When you see your teacher showing off her other talents.
Do you think that's bullshit though? Do you think that they actually saw their teacher showing off her other talents? Yeah, exactly. That just could potentially be, a woman.
I think they went to a bar and found a woman.
Dark skin, Asians, white boys. Bro cost 19 dark elixir. Nice!
We're trying to ban women from driving on campus. We gotta get these ladies off the street, man. That's my man. That's it. About the safety of like the students.
What do you think about that? You think women should be banned from driving?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
You can't even drive. You don't have a driver's license. You don't have a driver's license. I've never seen you drive.
I'm embarrassed to drive in front of you.
You're embarrassed to do everything in front of me for some reason, dude.
She's parked everywhere.
I think he's got something wrong with it. What breed is that? The instant TikTok clout, whatever it is. I want one. So I turned in a trick for mine to read out.
A wise man once said, "We have one shot, one opportunity."
He's got the Yankee that's all red.
Everyone, in one moment. Would you capture it or let it slip?
What the fuck? Dude, who the fuck is that guy? He's so weird.
He's still doing it. I thought that he was gone.
Yeah, I always want to be out in the park one day and he comes up to me and just starts saying that shit. I'd be like this. That's how I am when people talk to me. Strangers.
Yeah.
You've seen me interact with strangers. I go.
Strangers love talking to you.
They love it, bro. I don't know why.
It's so weird.
I talk back, so that's probably why. I'm like, yeah, same, dude.
Would you believe me if I told you there was an island that was built by giants in the middle of the Pacific Ocean?
No. Nice, dude. Would you believe me if I told you that I am also a zodiac believer and also I am a Gemini? Well, tell me you like scrambled hamburger without telling me you like scrambled hamburger. Richard. Me. You see this guy here? This guy's awesome. He's fucking shit. I can tell. I don't think I am.
Basically, I'm a slut. I can't help it. I fucking love women. I just love the kitty. I just love the kitty.
Oh, dude, look what I just pulled out of my mouth. Oh my God, it's just hair. Oh shit, that's nasty. It's so like, this is the thing that's interesting to me. So it's like, I'm all for making fun of influencers. But like, they're not really doing it. These people aren't really, they're just people having fun, taking pictures, making memories of themselves. Baby,
Yeah, baby.
You're good. Yeah.
I like every touch.
I love this guy. I put him in the thumbnail, and he was really happy that I put him in the thumbnail. Shit, this is Meta PCs. This is my PC that they're sending me. Oh. I think you guys should build a free PC for Leo Spartan Ability. He said, "Can you guys please build a PC for me for free? I really want one."
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Get it?
Fresh, man.
Yeah, bro. Get it, dude. Yeah, we've all been there. Oh my God, dude. Dude, that felt wrong, bro. This one has the comments turned off. Always a good sign. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Guy just hanging out by his pool, just hanging out by his pool, dancing to a ringtone. Nice. No, I don't know. What's happening right now? Thank you for this content, though. All right. Apparently, I'm under arrest. That's the caption. This is a flight attendant outfit, though. So or a captain's outfit. I don't understand. Gorgeous. I want you, said Poe. What's his post? What's he posting there? He has best. Not much. Just some old horny fella.
What age will you get married?
What the fuck is the point of these? Why do people post these? Why are these everywhere? I don't understand. They're all over my page. By the way, follow me on Instagram. I post some real bangers on Instagram. Real bangers like this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this as well. So stop asking. A little bit of the Jewish women here. Look at those little fellas. I don't know anything about Judaism. I don't know anything about it. I know that there's like this thing is like a level up. Like you level up when you grow the little sideburns or whatever. The yarmulke is like a level up type thing. There's a lot of stages. It's fascinating to me. I really, really, really appreciate all forms of religion, except for, just kidding. I appreciate all forms of religion. I think it's a respectful thing to do generally, when practiced in a modern sense. Guinea pig eating food, grown-ass man making sound effects. Not bad, honestly, good content. Shut up! I had a guinea pig named Vin Diesel, and then I ate it. Not even joking, we really did eat it. It died, and we ate it. They're edible, they're very edible. My father is friends with a lot of South Americans, and that's a common dish. How about this big fat guy? Look at the legs on this guy. Oh my God, dude. He's lived, okay, so this looks impressive, whatever, 150-pound beef bone dick and 1 finger 51-pound chain dick at the same time for God's glory. Emoji, 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 emoji. Did all the emojis. And then just completely wiped out by the top comment. These are some of the most arbitrary metrics I've ever seen. Like, look at these actual fit people behind it. This is not impressive, even remotely.
It's like what he's already carrying on his legs.
Yeah. He's got an inner tube around his waist.
Which lump do you think his nutsack is?
We're not going to get that specific. That's
okay. Can you buy me like a fifth of like Pink Whitney? I have cash.
You're pretty not. How are you?
Doesn't matter, like that.
You guys, that's what people buy, dude.
If you just get it, I'm gonna get out of here.
I am the assistant GM here, dude. Hate to say it, I have to ban you guys.
We're banned?
Yes, sir. But if you guys come out there and come to our store and ask people to buy
buy you booze. Like I said, we are 21. Right, like they're
literally 21.
Yeah, I have an ID. And I don't. I'm scared to go in the store. Not weird. That's weird. Show them your ID too. Why would you be scared to go in the store?
It just makes me like nervous and stuff.
What is that really? It's very icy. Grandpa be living his past.
Bumpy little boy. This is insane, dude.
You little boy.
Hello there, neighbor. You ready to kill them buggers?
Do my ears deceive me? Does he know it's Black History Month?
Wait,
Oh, the phone, brother. What the fuck did you just say?
he said we're gonna kill us some.
Whoa, what the fuck, brother?
Oh, sorry.
We don't fucking talk like that, brother. You want to say that one more time for me?
I thought they were very rude of him to say that.
That's right.
Myself through the ramble.
Oh, that's right.
Oh my god, dude, these fucking games are so bad. I really wanted to stream Hold Fast or something like that, but so racist. People are never really racist.
That boy got on the lean over me.
Oh my god. Is that real? He needs some new boots. He's also wearing a fucking heated shirt. Very cringe. Oh my god! That's pretty funny. You ever seen the video of the Croatian war criminal? He's just like, he's being trial and he just looks really weird. And then he just goes, and then he dies.
He did that?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He would be having a hypochondriac episode thinking the small thing in my ankle is bone cancer. I don't get that. I don't really. Yeah. Oh my god. I do a little bit. I mean, I understand, like, I get the, being a hypochondriac, but I don't understand the skeleton in the wheelchair. I don't understand that at all. It just looks super dumb.
Do you remember the time that I pulled a muscle in my shoulder and I thought I was having a heart attack?
Vaguely. Is that it?
Yeah.
Your dad.
I was about to say that. It looks like my dad.
Looks like him and acts like him. I've never met her dad, but he's a legendary man. What is this? Oh, it's a fake knife. Okay. Good. What? Is this like some kind of Anakin Skywalker? I never really cut myself. One time I did cut myself though, right across my finger right there, real bad, and then I would play the guitar and the string would go underneath it like for months, and it would pop it open. Not real, by the way, YouTube. Not real. It's not real. It's fake. It's fake knife. The kid learning how to cook. You fucking idiots. He's alive! He's back! Yes! Tell us the shit, man. Tell us what you know. Go ahead. Because I'm a but no, it's an ant now. No. We've all done this. I've done this. I've done this a lot of times. One time I sat in one and didn't realize it until I was covered with fire ants. My mom thought she was going to have to take me to the hospital. I've been surprised, to be honest with you. Okay, that's a little surprising, but okay. Wow. Average Japanese kitchen. Oh my god. This is fucking disgusting. Oh, I love ginger. That made me actually hungry. I love ginger so much. Oh my god, what is he doing right now? Okay, that looks not bad. I'm really confused. Nice. Interesting.
Get out of the way! I can't see! I wanna be your car.
This video is so good.
I want it so damn
So good. And this song is really weird. It's great.
I don't care how far. I wanna be your car. Just cruise from town to town. No more shitting out my ass. I'll do all that gas.
Did you hear the lyrics of the song?
I went in between. I heard shitting out my ass, and then I kind of faded back into concentrating too much on the video.
God damn, shorty, you doing a waffle, waffle, a waffle, waffle, waffle,
What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? What's he trying to say?
Uh-oh. Brad,
Jesus Christ. He farts and poops. I don't understand.
Grace, what is happening to me
He puts in.
Oh.
Oh, he's shit, dude. We've all been there. You know, shit right in his pants. We've all been there. We've all been there in Homer, boo. Been a while, though. My reason's different. My reason is because I eat 60,000 hot Cheetos. His is because he eats 60,000 hot Cheetos. That's what gets you off it. Calves. Oh, yeah, calves. You think it's a man? It says Mr. Hercules calves. There's a sphere eyes on them, if you can tell. There's a fake effect. They're not actually that bulging. Oh! Is that Zelensky? Vladimir Zelensky. No, look, he's got little baby Putin. Is this real? Is this real? Is this real? Is that real? Someone verify that. Is that the ghost of Kiev? Oh shit! He's real. He's real. It's the ghost of Kiev. Oh shit! This is what you do for a tattoo artist. I'm not allowed to share that. I don't think. That was a bad butthole right there.
Not trees.
No way.
I now have $4 in my job.
No way. What the fuck? There's no way that's real, is it? That's a comedian.
American accents are so jarring. You people literally talk like this. You people.
How's it going? Hey! Don't do that, please. Drive it around, huh? No, I'll kick off work. You're gonna get in trouble by my father.
These colors are terrible. Slimer from Ghostbusters.
Hey! Hey! Yeah, get quicker than that, buddy.
You gotta be quicker than that, buddy.
Oh my god.
I'm from Virginia. This is like Appalachian. Kill people. It might play racist to say rednecks for crackers and hillbillies and hillfolk and whatnot, but it's true. They're a real thing out there. We need to be aware of. No, nobody says, oh. No. No. Yeah. That's it.
Got the redneck trucker here. If he's brown, he's down.
Do that. Isn't it? You gotta be loud to be able to get the sound out of a holler. You gotta be loud.
Tell me this isn't the coolest shirt you've ever seen in your entire life.
I would wear that if I had that shirt. I have a printer. I should make one.
True. You can make whatever you want.
This is John Fogarty from Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Nathan, sir.
See?
Oh my god.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Sir, I stopped so soon. I'm worried about censorship. Have a great day. Me too.
God. That was funny.
I didn't really like that one. I didn't really like that one very much.
No, stop! No! No, stop! No!
I don't understand. Tengen's wives? I don't understand. I don't watch anime. So, like, for someone who doesn't watch anime at all and never searches anything anime related, Instagram Reels is. There's a lot of anime in it.
I'm going to eat this now. Bong or moral betas.
This guy's so nice.
I think Boston.
Yeah. Bustin' House. Terrible first top comment. Poor guy, alright.
I would eat one. I'm going to eat this now. Oh, I'm going to eat this now. I'm going to eat this now. Oh, I'm going to eat this now. I'm going to eat this now. I'm going to eat this now. Dip it in ketchup now. I go drink this now. I go eat this now. I go eat this now. I go eat this. Go eat this now. I go eat this. I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat this. I go eat this now. He make eye contact with you anymore. What do you think he does on TikTok?
Yeah. Worked in the house earlier. I'm on the bed.
What are they doing, man?
Oh my god. It might be legal, but that information is right. This can't be real, dude. Look. Appalachia is the most violently resistant region in the U.S., so the government made healthcare, dental care, education, and daycare incredibly inaccessible, and then made the economy entirely reliant on low-paying labor against a dangerous career to maintain an almost inescapable cycle of poverty. Then the rest of the states demonize and stereotype the people living there, so they receive no help. I love the music, man.
Me too. So, you made it to the end. That's quite surprising. And honestly, I just don't believe it, and that anyone made it to the end. So comment if you did. And also, more people faking disorders for clout? That's right.
And it just spiraled.
I've seen the one on the left, I think.
It's awareness now, and that's when I got diagnosed. Yeah.
Click this video to find out what happens next.
Huh? Don't tell him what to do. What? He wants to protect me.
Donna Jean Alcock. She was a 17-year-old girl who was beaten, raped, and strangled in London, Ontario, Canada, October 1983, after a night of babysitting. Unfortunately, her case still remains unsolved. But the fact that the three women's random Nautica coordinates were placed exactly in the girl's memorial is the creepy part. Perhaps the half or the poor girl who died still want closure for what happened all those years ago. Who knows? If you wanted to learn more about this girl or her unsolved case, simply Google her name, Donna Jean Alcock. In the forest. A TikTok user by the name of Walton Johnson05 uploaded the next two videos. The short videos show what looks to be two teenagers opening up the Rainbow Nautica app and getting random coordinates and traveling to that spot. Once they get there, they become aware that they're being led to a closed-off dirt road that leads into the middle of the forest. Despite this, they continue with their adventure and come across this. After having found this small house that appears to have sunken into the earth over time, they do their best to take a look inside. It's not until their part 2 of this do they realize that this is in fact not a type of collapsed house, but a type of North American spirit house. According to sources on the internet, Indian tribes used to customarily build grave houses or spirit houses just like this a long, long time ago over the graves of their deceased or loved ones. The spirit houses are meant to be a place of comfort for the residents for the deceased for their next life. Now, this isn't the scariest thing random mortals have come across, but I'm assuming teenagers who did come across this were probably a bit creeped out because it's to do with death. And, well, they haven't uploaded another TikTok video since. Intent death. Yet another young woman uploaded the next bunch of videos to TikTok explaining her experiences after downloading the Random Nautica app late one night. Makina Ray and her friend Darius went out random naughty one night with the intent to focus on death. The actual experience wasn't recorded, however, the first video here explains what happened shortly thereafter.
So I just went random naughty. We're on our way to the spa. And I look out the window and there's a little lady in the gutter with their wife literally like on the window. So I fucking got out and he got shot. And then she gave me the fun line to come. Serious? He wrapped his jacket around the wound. And when the cops came, we got pushed in. He said to leave. And he was up there.
Obviously very shaken up from this, Makina appears to come to the realization that the app may be more powerful than she first thought. After half a dozen follow-up or update videos, Makina explains that the young man who was shot that night actually survived. A video with both Makina and Darius, the guy she was with that night, explained that maybe they were put there that night to prevent death, because without them turning up, the man who was shot may not have survived.
Okay, so you guys wanted me to make a video with Darius so you can hear his point of view, and so here he is, and just talk about it.
Hi, I'm Darius. So before I want to say anything else, the dude is actually okay. The police called me and said that he's recovering and he's healthy in the street, so that's all good. Lots of comments were saying that he's manifested it and stuff. I feel like we just happened to come across it. I honestly think it was a good thing we came across it because he was able to help somebody out. I went out and helped the wife, put pressure on his wound and stuff. His wife was literally just running around trying to get help because she didn't really know what to do. I feel like it was a good thing we came across it. I feel like it would have happened either way. I still don't recommend searching for death. That was not a good idea for sure.
Definitely not. Please just go during the day and be safe. Don't have negative intentions. We don't even know if the app had anything to do with it.
Yeah, it's just not good to just have negative energy. I mean, you kind of get what you look for. You know, honestly, I rate the app 5 stars. We did find what we were looking for.
But we weren't even looking for it. We were just being stupid.
I thought it was going to come across a graveyard or something, or a whole crime scene, an active, something actually happening.
If you could take anything from Makina, it would be not to focus or have the intent on anything negative. I have no doubt that she wouldn't do it again. Commenters on TikTok have said many times over that it wasn't her fault in any way. Crime scene. This quick set of videos was uploaded by a man named PT, or PT Puffy as he is known on TikTok. Late one night, him and a friend went random naughty for the first time, and it took them to a dark forest in what appears to be the middle of nowhere. Equipped with flashlights, they got out of the car and started walking towards the point. The following is what happened next.
How much further are we going?
Let's go. The two men didn't stop there. Of course, they saw the crime scene tape and thought it was a good idea to investigate a little more. And what they saw was a little disturbing.
What you listen?
Wait, go, see that, go. Soon after walking under the crime scene tape, the two men realized that they were alone out there in the woods. An abnormal or maybe husband Bert, looking man, appears to be sat on the ground with a lit candle or something similar, chanting. He gets a quick glimpse of this and bounces as fast as possible. He states on his TikTok page that this was the creepiest night of his life. Spiritual energy. This last video is an interesting one. It comes to us via TikTok from a woman called Blanca Yagnon, or Moonlight Mother 3, as she is known on the platform. Blanca usually uploads somewhat funny and spiritual videos. However, in this particular video, she decided to do something differently. Blanca has done something I hadn't yet seen until this video. She used Randonautica in addition to the reality ripple effect found on TikTok, which, if you didn't know already, is supposedly designed to allegedly detect movement from humans or otherworldly spirits lurking nearby. The following is what happened when Blanca arrived at her Randonautica coordinates.
Have you ever wanted to see a really long video of me?
No.
Plus TikToks and other stuff that people don't care about?
No.
You're in luck. This is the longest TikTok video ever uploaded on the internet. Holy moly. The best TikToks in 2021? Please do it. TikTok is for the family.
Creating the best performing irons for every player.
Well, today, just like I told you in the beginning of the video, we're meeting up with Randonautica themselves. Now, right here to my left and your right is Auburn. She's actually one of the co-founders of the app, and today we're asking her questions about the app. So many of you have gone online and thrown some wild theories, me being one of them, about the app, and I have zero understanding still because we have literally just met and we grab the cameras and start. It's time to start talking. And that's what we're going to ask Auburn is just some hard-hitting questions that you all have. And the first thing I want to get out there, and we kind of confirmed this over the internet on our Zoom call, is they are not stalking us. Randonautica is not sending people out there stalking people. Randonautica might be in that kayak back there for all we know. He's kind of circled twice now, so it could be possible. But I really want to get the point across here. I'm a businessman. Like, that's what I do. YouTube is where I have fun. It's my passion. Let me tell you this. It is not in any way monetarily possible for them to go and set people all over the world to stalk all of us playing the app. Now, in the beginning, that theory was running rampant and wild through my head. And I got to say, that's... Yeah, well, yeah. I can't just wrap myself into one. I think a lot of people probably had that idea, and that's not the case. We confirm that. Me as a business guy, just kind of running numbers, it just doesn't financially make sense for that to happen.
Because of the helicopter fleet.
Yeah.
Like the fleet of helicopters and jazz, and then all the but you have to drop down.
Parachute down in, down.
I don't know.
Yeah, true, yeah. So, Auburn, I guess the very first question I have is, you briefly said on the Zoom call, the app is more powerful than what we realize. Can you just maybe touch on that and explain kind of what you mean by that, I guess?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people want to know like how Randonautica works. And there's like a technical side how it works, but when it comes to what's actually happening and this weirdness, this sort of high strangeness that's occurring, we don't know necessarily. Like We do know though, when you start interacting with randomness, so like this kind of chaos state that like weird things happen and you can attract things into your life. You can attract things at your point. And I mean, on the technical side, what we're doing is we're literally using a quantum laser in a vacuum. Okay, it's based in Australia, Australian National University, and the laser creates quantum random numbers, and then those numbers work with our algorithm to put a point on your map, right?
Yeah.
So that process is what we consider true randomness. You can't. No one knows how it's happening and how it's actually. No one's talking to your map necessarily. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's
So
developed by itself.
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
It's not like you all are saying, hey, this looks like a creepy spot, let's pinpoint.
Exactly.
Correct. It's
A lot of
completely
people
random.
ask that too,
Yeah.
because they'll be like, I ended up at a cemetery, right?
Right.
And they'll say, well, do they have preloaded cemeteries in here? Well, if you did that, then it wouldn't be random anymore.
Correct.
And the theory that we're testing is like, what happens when you step outside of your probability tunnel? Like, you wake up every day, well, you're random all the time.
Yeah,
So you're
exactly.
already stepping out. But in normal life, like you wake up, brush your teeth, eat breakfast, go to work, take your lunch break, okay? And through like many years of research, people have found that if you break out of your patternistic behavior, you start to see things differently.
Okay.
And
So you're experiencing things out of your normal realm. Is that what you're saying, kind of?
yeah, and like your consciousness expands. So like when you're random, you'll notice that like, you know, you set an intention and all of a sudden it becomes, whoa, that's there and that's there and this makes sense, right? If you were just driving to work, you're on autopilot and your brain isn't going to see those important things.
I can see that. You're kind of engaged with what you're normally used to. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Like we use the owl as our mascot because owls see in the dark.
Okay.
And they're also like this kind of transformative, like in spirituality, they're a transformative animal, right? So being able to see in the dark means that not in the dark creepy forest like you guys do because you're experimenting on a case scenario. But seeing in the dark and also a way that your awareness is just expanded and the neurons kind of start firing differently. You're not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
And so your brain does something that starts saying, whoa, what the hell's going on here?
I gotcha. So it's kind of like, I did read this one theory online, like, Randonautica takes you to a place you would not normally be, and you're going to experience something you would not normally experience outside of your daily routine.
Yes.
So that's the purpose of the app, is to get you out and be aware of other stuff that could be happening or just something, a place you may have never went before, right?
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
That's pretty much the simple side. And then, I mean, you have all the woo in between, which is why do things manifest in a way that is like so particular to somebody's intention. That's the part that we don't have the answer to yet, but it's been researched for 50 years now, and it's basically like the idea of consciousness affect reality.
Okay.
So you're one of our earliest kind of lines about Randonautica is that you're writing a story that's yet to be written. So you're like out there with the universe, creating this energy, and yeah, it produces some pretty crazy experiences.
Well, so the technology that you all have, I kind of want to add this in there. I don't know how many of you all on the internet, God, can't talk right now. I don't know how many of you all on the internet know this, but Facebook actually built 2 supercomputers. And the craziest part about it is that these 2 computers they were like chat bots, and they were supposed to be talking with each other. And they started talking with each other, and the computers were so intelligent that they actually formed their own language that humans could not understand what they were talking about. They obviously unplugged the computers. Now, you can look up that story online. It's very easy to find. But if technology can do that, the technology that you all are creating, and I just think it's way more technologically advanced than what people actually understand. From our Zoom call, I got a lot out of it. I really did. I think you all are leaps and bounds ahead.
That's a good example too of like the AI. I saw that briefly. I want to look it up now, but so we're exploring what's called mind matter interaction, and it's can your mind influence matter? So like matter being the world around you, this tangible stuff, right? And I think it's hard for a lot of people to grasp that your thoughts could actually extend out, right? And so when you put a piece of tech between that, it essentially creates this bridge between you, the machine, and then the matter. So the way that those three things work together is what creates these anomalies, right?
It makes them faster, right?
Yeah.
Rather than over a course of a long period of time, like a lifetime, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. It's like a light speed.
Gotcha.
To manifestation. A manifestation machine is what we call it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I do have to ask this because I've said this probably 100 times in my video. I uninstall the app before I go home, and I reinstall the app once I get somewhere. And
why are you doing that?
I know, and that's the thing. Now, if let's just say the app was hacked and you all are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to have people out there just fucking with everyone's video, it doesn't make sense. But you brought up a good point on the phone. Auburn said that we go to sketchy places looking for sketchy things. You got a pretty good chance of something happening at that point in time, right? I mean, you're manifesting something bad is what you want. So therefore, I mean, can you back that up? You don't have to uninstall the app. The app is just a locator.
It's a tool.
Yeah,
it's only a tool, and you as the user, you're the one that's you're the operator. So what you're putting into it is going to be what you're going to get out of it. If you're starting in the middle of a forest at night,
right,
and your intentions are negative and morbid, then you're probably going to come across something that will evoke that. I mean, that's the purpose of it. And not negative stuff, but to bring out, what you're to attach, to co-create in this way or whatever. But it can be used for positive things. Mm-hmm. And when you start thinking, wow, okay, did we just, release to the world basically this thing that is super powerful? Like, what else could you do with that? You could have a life-changing experience for the better. You could have something that leads you to changing your job, or people find homes that are like not on the market yet, but just for they talk to somebody and they're like, hey, I'm selling my house. And go, oh my gosh, we're selling our house randomly. Right. And then like that is a pivot in their life in such a huge and positive way. So, it's interesting, like we think about you have this tunnel that you're always in, and when you go randoming, it's random, and so it takes you off your path.
I got you.
If you deviate just like 0.01% off your path, okay, it might not look like it right away, but like later in life, that it goes like, yeah. Absolutely. So basically, I think, what's your future going to be like, CJ? I'm worried what's going to be all the way up there,
Yeah. Maybe we should stop.
Yeah, stop picking the crazy stuff, dude. Stop picking the crazy stuff.
We're going to have to like do follow-ups in like 10 years from now and see.
You got me nervous now.
Oh, gosh. But also, you guys are like, so, I mean, to watch it, it's enthralling, and you are doing something that, even though I would never do it because it freaks me out, you are doing something that is that people enjoy watching, right? And that's an experience that you're putting out for people and using Randonautica to help you with that.
Right.
But yeah, it would be cool to start seeing people that watch you guys even use it in a different way.
Correct.
That
maybe a more positive way, or something that actually means something for their life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the whole thing for us is, we actually said this, like we go ghost hunting at these big abandoned locations, and it's fun. But at the same time, we got thinking about it. We're not really ghost hunters, we're thrill seekers. So us doing this for all of you on YouTube to watch for free is, I mean, we put our lives on the line because we do go to sketchy areas. We do run across some very sketchy situations, and the whole entire Valentino thing that's happened with us, I can personally tell you, it just, I don't know if it's a strange coincidence or if it's just manifestation of just such a bad energy that's what we come across. So, I don't know, we're going to random all throughout the day, all of us together. And for this, you don't mind if we do more of like kind of those morbid intents, or maybe a mix? Because here's what we do. I mean, honestly, we'll spend days, and sometimes we'll spend a whole day, and we get nothing at all. But, you know.
Didn't we just talk about this?
Yep.
Don't worry. We're not gonna do.
Alright, rewind the video so you can watch it. Could you,
We'll flip the script. We'll do something more positive.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've only been saying that forever.
I'm gonna CJ face on you positive right on trip. I can't believe it. I only had to fly to Florida for it.
Y'all are from here? We'll do positive.
We'll set a positive intention, then he can go.
Well, that was pretty negative what we just heard. That was a gunshot. I'm out.
Oh, that wasn't a gunshot. That was literally a gunshot.
I'm telling you. I manifested something bad, and then something bad happened.
Google Florida, man. Really crazy.
You know, it's very
It's not about the logical stuff. It's the fact that it happened right after he said it.
Alright, let's go positive.
Alright.
Hold on.
Please, every time we keep moving, it's happening. Wait, Bill.
I guess now you have a explanation on what randomonica is and what you're supposed to be doing with your intents. So
We are going to do a lot of positive and fun
Yes,
stuff today. Okay.
Yep.
And it's probably going to get weird at some point in time, like you all said. And positive energy. I like this thing.
Yeah, positive energy. I don't believe him.
I've been with him enough. It's not.
Okay, alright,
Positive. Positive. Smile.
Now the gunshot goes off again. Son of a shit.
Let's see what's going on.
You know what?
oh, geez. Okay, I don't know. God, yeah, like I was saying, you do have an explanation of what randomonica is and what we're supposed to be doing out here. I know I have a better understanding of what's going on. But as the gunshots continue to ring off here, I just want to go ahead and say, if you're new here, welcome. It's time for another crazy-ass randomonica adventure. If you're returning pizza, you know what time it is, guys. I'm Sunny Deeds, and it's time to get dirty.
Okay, so we're setting our intention. We're gonna go with something totally shockingly out of place. And we're in Casadega, so there's already gonna be a lot of really weird stuff. We're going to be like over the top weird. And it needs to be accessible enough, like we can get there without trust and actually doing like that. And yeah, I just wanna see your face be like actually shocked. Okay.
I'm excited, nervous, maybe.
You're nervous? I'm making people nervous right now.
Get it on camera.
Should we go back to the butterfly? No. Okay.
That's all I is.
Okay, here we go. Generating a power anomaly. See, I had to put this in here because of you guys. Okay. Yeah, we did. I was like, listen. Oh, your point is on water. God, Lord, you don't have water points turned off. Talking about like super shocked about this.
You had to put that on here for the bunch, you said.
Yeah, I put that on there. Like your intents matter.
Oh, God.
Your intentions matter. Stop doing negative intention.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. We have a power of 2.82 and a Z-score of 5.06, and we're going to 1766 Ewing.
Well, Ewing, like Patrick Ewing. Deltona.
And that's still Castaneda?
No, it's Deltona.
Casadega's pretty small.
Oh, really? So I have to like set my radius like over Castaneda?
I think you said it here, so it's kind of like,
Okay.
you started here, so I said we go to it.
True, okay. Alright, let's do it. Open a map swarm to connect to this? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Alright.
Do you want it to be like something that met my intention that was super specific, or do you want it to be like an experience? Like which, because there's two different answers. You only get one.
Alright, let's see. Can I phone a friend to ask you?
I'm sorry. I don't.
Sorry.
Did I do something wrong?
No.
Oh my gosh, you're already attracting that. That guy eats meat on me so hard.
I was wearing napkins on the car.
It's inside out and dirty.
So I guess maybe like the wildest experience that matched with your intent. How about that? That would probably make a little bit more sense, especially for what we're doing today.
Okay. I actually got this one on camera on Ready or Not, which is a reality show that we tape. It's like a dog we follow. And I set my intention as the color purple, and we ended up in this purple garden that had like the most. I mean, the whole thing was painted purple and had all these like incredible decorations, and it was like a magical garden. But the weirder thing was that on our way, we were leaving, and I actually had it was David and Derek were with me, and we finally got all our production ready, and we go, we're off like a herd of turtles. And Derek goes,
I said, great, now we're going to see a Ninja Turtle because you're talking about turtles now.
and in the backyard, there was a Ninja Turtle, like a real Ninja Turtle that was just sitting on this little birdhouse. She had all these old, like, nostalgic little knickknacks, and one of the things there was a Ninja Turtle head, and I was like, this is unreal. Like, what are the chances that we just found an Ninja Turtle and just bring out in a purple thing? So,
is that when you passed out?
That, yes, yeah.
Okay.
That's like an action.
Okay.
We're gonna stay upright. This is really,
Yeah, like a keyword, like you're going to pass out, and so things that way. Oh, I know. I know. Oh, I know. Yeah. That works for me. I'm going down.
What's holding you back? Doesn't have to.
Why didn't the photo?
And then phone number like all these six.
Because they don't think it's pretty new.
Call me.
3, 2, 1, 2,
3, 2.
122 is the address. But you got your phone number on one side, half on the other.
Oh, dude, it said 222?
321 something. It is like 2022.
I just saw a house and it says 223, and I was like, oh, I like 222. I like that number.
You know what I actually wanted to do is do the intent of 2022. And just see
the year.
Yeah, and just see.
That's cool.
It's something different than what we normally do.
Getting a tractor from a void. Because I've seen lots of tractors, and sometimes that happens.
It was orange, that tractor.
Well, yeah, that's good. Okay, we're looking for something really nice. We're not being very focused on our intentions, so that we're not all
Like something really out of this. Okay, I think there's. It was 35 minutes.
Yeah. Up here. This, I guess, is probably where to start here. I get like so into it though that like sometimes I don't even like I get a little like I remember holidays she's got like a little like in that liminal space where it's like almost makes you weird. Yeah. I get like that.
We're getting manifesting a weird feeling already. Like, you know, like we're gonna find or something.
Maybe. I kind of feel like that. I've never drove on a so if you have to take a wheel. You're like Jesus. I missed a turn?
Yeah, it looked like it. We're going to redirect to do it.
Okay.
This card is active and the man is set. Your step balance is $0.
I wanted to shock you though. Like I wanted to be something that you're like actually very, very surprised that.
Well, I mean, we still have what? One option.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm a bad navigator. I don't know if y'all witnessed that or not. I was supposed to tell them return, didn't do that. So, we're right here.
I thought it was going to talk to me and say, else nervous or just me and you cancer?
I've been nervous since you stayed at the end. I've done something out of place before. Remember that, Sonny?
Yeah, but it's always dark in the middle of the woods. Maybe this is a little bit different. Yeah, I'm not as
Sigma.
Really? Went to high school with a girl left in 6 months. Really? Yeah. Foreign? I think so. I think. I don't know. You have a crush on her or anything? Or no, she was friends with my girlfriend. Oh, why did that happen? The first time I was on the show.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not very
What a weird place, guys.
One.
No.
Oh my God.
What?
Let's do it.
What the heck? What is happening right now? Everything has been so normal.
I manifested that shit.
We are what's out of place.
We are out.
We're taking them to our.
What? Look, and our point is like at all the way at the end of this. This is so weird. I mean, everyone thought there was like a bunch of normal streets the entire way, right?
Yeah, and then now we're on a dirt road.
All of a sudden, it's like.
Hey, this is my territory, dirt road.
Yeah, but you've been doing about 60 down here.
What was that about? I think there's an animal on top of that roof back there. Wait.
It's like we're just
I hope I mean, if it's not, don't kill me. Keep going. All the way. On the left side. Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to throw it because oh my god. Wait. Am I guys? Keep going. Okay. You have to go like a little bit further on the left side of this house. You guys, we were talking about earlier how we're gonna go backwards. It is. It's a roof.
what?
It's like black and white. You see it?
Yeah, I got some cheap powders.
Right. I'm nervous. What is that?
Keep it apart. Come on.
You guys are little
It's like a bear cub. It's a bear cub.
I don't know what it is. It's not an animal. Or it is. Yeah, it could have been a missed opportunity. That's true.
Let's go.
And honestly, that probably made us stall for a reason that we needed to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that Lawrence saw the Loch Ness Monster on top of that.
Okay,
There's a sign right here that says caution, salt sand.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a suggestion. If we're going on some salt sand, just keep speed. The slower you go, the worse. Yeah,
It's a full drive, right?
yeah, basically.
We're in like the biggest vehicle ever. It's fully loaded. We're over the weight limit. What is that sign?
This is a bad road. Something caution, salt sand, bad road. Just floor it. I would just floor it. I'm not flooring it, but like.
Guys.
You get
Guys, so let's get this shot first. Really good to see that.
You got it.
Okay.
This is bad road. This is caution, salt sand, bad road.
Oh my god. Okay, are you ready?
Do we have four-wheel drive?
Do we?
Do we?
The lot.
Negative.
No, negative?
Yeah, we have a face model. But it's okay.
Here we go.
You got this.
Okay.
Auburn, I have faith in you. I have full faith in you. Don't. Oh my God.
Oh my god. It's so unstable. I've never drove on this before. Like, nothing like this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. We're even with it. You're good.
Okay. I can't keep going fast. I can't. I'm scared. I keep going.
Don't take your car. I would like to see how this car coming.
Okay. It's really soft, guys. Oh my god.
We're going to park here.
Are we here?
I don't know. This is
Oh my gosh, it's a perfect park spot. Wow, so beautiful.
Is this a salt fire? Nothing. That's a private driveway, so we're good right here. What about in the grass there, like off the road? This way is better. You don't want to park in the soft spot if that's going to be. I'm very impressed so far.
Wow, I peed my pants very bad, actually.
I need your pants very bad.
I'll be it now.
Hey,
I'm so excited. I think it's, I mean,
this is yours.
shocking for me. It is so soft, and I've never drove on anything like this.
That was you. That was you right there.
Wow.
You did get it stuck
We
sometime.
were talking too in the car about how like I'm not a good driver. And I've never drove on a Rana. Like we never recorded me driving on a Rana.
Oh, really? This is a
Yeah, and so like this was nuts. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's see what I have to this point. And
pull it in the woods, right?
that is beautiful. This is highly unexpected for me. Like I'm not around water and I love water so much. Can we go down there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, there's no signs. My theory is no signs, no problem.
Okay, God, please don't give me that body.
Oh, God. I didn't manifest anything bad yet. We're good. We'll get too far out. You never know. House right there.
I mean, this is out of place. You just and the sand's like crazy.
I got a radius of when it generates a radius. It's like okay.
But for me, like,
This is good.
I feel very intentionally fulfilled on this. Although
Love it.
and you were shocked. You're like,
Yeah.
that's Sam Road,
No,
guys.
that-
I mean,
yeah. You did good. I'm very impressed. I was very good.
probably
That's probably why.
you're gonna be like
It's
almost,
bad.
almost getting stuck. Yeah, well, oh yeah, after I'm going back. That's what I really want to say. Like, to make it out of here.
You have to grow up.
Oh my gosh, that goes back to our story from the beginning. I know.
That's not even a lie.
Look, oh my gosh, look at how
They're
many.
everywhere.
Stop, guys.
See? From the gunshot when we did the interview. Oh, I should.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But admittedly, that's safe.
Well, I'm not if everything go back to the corner.
Okay. Okay, this is so cool.
They're everywhere there.
So someone must come maybe shoot ducks or something out here, or what?
Either that or just target practice or something. Hopefully not people though. Hopefully not. Yeah, they're probably not.
What kind of gun would this be?
12 gauge. There's a mouthpiece.
Was an animal inside it?
There's a mouth door. Oh my gosh.
They're like berries. They are. Okay, I want to bring up a point to this, you know. They're silly. Maybe we should follow them. What do you think, honey?
Where do we start?
Follow the shot. Okay, now
We shall fish definitely make sure that we're not. Oh, there's frogs under the sand.
the sand is so white.
I'm just saying, like, that is private property. Damn shotguns. Yeah.
Why is there one's rolled up in carpets, guys?
Gosh, it's deep.
Your rug just came out. Your rug because of us. That's why.
Yeah, I answered.
It's very.
Well, why would a carpet actually drive there? Like, what? Why?
No other track that would have gotten that kill on the carpets that would back up put together. Okay.
I didn't wonder.
See, you're literally going right to that. Stop thinking about it.
So it's like such a juxtaposition of like what I see as like beautiful and this hard to know and stranger too. Like with kids, you start looking at it, and there's there.
I'm still figuring myself on that damn
Hang on, all right.
You know what we find a lot is like bugs and stuff that are just people false now. I'm just saying. I'm trying to.
Someone drove all the way down Alexander Road to drop this here.
Auburn got really good food.
I just feel like with the shotgun shells and then this, and then it's not something I would normally create. It's like, I'm just thinking.
I'm saying we're gonna need a shovel.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right here. Am I staying on somebody right now? It's like 10-5.
Oh, there is a mail here.
Sure, it's
It feels pretty anomalous. I mean, there's not a lot we can say about it. Literally, right? Turtles and not turtles.
Oh, comment section. What do you think? Yeah, I gotta say, yeah.
Yeah, everyone, comment down in the comment section. What do you guys think under the rug? Come back to part 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hashtag Reeves do not play.
What am I watching? Huh?
What do you think about that? Is it getting weirder?
Yeah, definitely.
See, I kind of feel bad because, like, I feel like I manifested something bad.
I really do.
Okay.
It's really not bad.
When you go during the day, do you do the seatbelt?
That's true too. Like there's so many times like where we'll be filming at night and people are like, oh, you missed it. But it's so confusing because as a YouTuber, I'm not only filming a video, I'm like on the lookout, I have security, I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the right shot. So at times it's like super difficult to like do all of the jobs. I feel a lot of myself right now, like the daytime, nighttime security.
Yeah, you're breaking the power too. There's lots of uncertainty already going into my part.
Life is expensive. Tools don't have to be. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I just found like bones over here.
Okay, yeah. No, that's for real. Oh my god. What the actual hell, girl?
Okay, so those ribs, right? Someone just came out here eating ribs. That's all the whole thing.
I don't know. This looks like some kind of joint.
Dude, what? I'm never going around not even expecting it today. Ever.
Like, you know what? I'm out. This has been fun.
Look at the phone. I've never found those. That's bonkers.
I feel partly responsible that he manifested this.
Don't touch it. Can you be honest? Oh my god.
This is getting great.
Okay, so now do we want to go back and check the
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, definitely think we're gonna find some troubles.
What? Okay, really, like someone be logical. What animal do you think that this came from?
It's a very large animal.
Like a deer or something?
Maybe, but why? I mean,
Is it a gator that like killed it? And how are the right all spread out?
yeah.
That's a joint.
Yeah. Or like a vertebrae or something. This is a good one here.
What can I get? Like,
Don't touch that thing, man.
because of the ruin. Oh,
imagine?
As it is, I'm still in the water.
There's those all throughout this. Like,
You see it underwater?
and I'll be honest with you, like the vibe that I get right now is just like that. Alright. Shotgun shells. I mean, yeah, no, for real. Yeah.
Just like here for a year, I freaked out.
I know. I just get a weird vibe.
So weigh in here. Well, guys, what do you think about this first time out here? We're finding the shotgun shells associated with the clay targets that we have found. This whole area definitely is out of place from where we were. So I'm seeing that these things all tie in together, and the bones could be animal. Who knows? But yeah, I think this is definitely good stuff. It's a good time out here with the actual creators and Brandon Ogden to let us know that, you know, there's other ways that we can use this besides going out like for contentions and things like that. It's a way cool experience out here. Way cool experience.
Can we not? Like, I will actually.
I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Now I gotta go.
Just high knee it, man. High knee it. High knee it, dude. High knee it. Get in here. High knee it. High knee what? What the fuck? What do you see? Oh, where's the snake? What? You were getting ready to run and hit me. What the hell? Oh.
Keep patting your head. Oh yeah, you put. I have dark hair.
Tell you.
On me.
Ooh. Oh god, I wonder if they're like fire ants or some shit.
Is it close? Are we close? What?
We love to talk about the ongoing cultural and economic war between the baby boomers and
He's real. I know he's real. Hallelujah. When people come to church, that's what they want to do. I know that God is real. He's written in my soul. My God is real, for he has washed and made me whole. His love for me is like a pure gold. My God is real, for I can feel him in my soul.
You know, privileged children are, you know, and
Elvis wanted us to have
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, a couple things at the top.
Hello, friends. A new batch of lies from our beloved curly-haired girl. Don't forget to like the video. It's a mad bird. Let's go.
Just Just like that. Accidents happen. And when it does, call the Richard Harris line.
So from day one, President Biden has treated climate change with the urgency it requires. Against the backdrop of extreme heat we've seen across America, tomorrow, President Biden will announce additional actions to protect communities from extreme heat conditions. This includes investments through NOAA to improve weather predictions, as well as grants through the Department of Interior to bring clean, reliable drinking water to communities across the West. At the event, the president is also going to hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell and NOAA Administrator Dr. Rick Spanrod.
I'm sure Biden has only been thinking about two things since day one. It's ice cream and how he can make a lot of money. Ice cream and money. Yes, this is what he really needs.
Mr. President,
Chocolate chip.
Thank you. Have you seen the president since Hunter Biden showed up in federal court since the deal fell apart? Do you have any reaction that he has agreed to allow you to share with us?
So I'll tell you this, and I'll repeat this, is what I said at the top, which is the president loves his son. The president and the first lady love their son, and they support him as he's rebuilding his life and trying to move forward. I have not spoken to the president today. He has been busy continuing to work on behalf of the American people, as he does every day with internal meetings, and so I will leave it there.
Just a unique answer. Biden loves his son. Wow. In this case, all charges can be considered illegal. Why? Because Joe loves his son. Don't you think it's strange?
Come on, man.
Is the White House any closer to figuring out when the president will make his promised visit to Africa this year?
I don't have a visit to preview at this time, but as you know, the president met with African leaders at the end of last year. It was incredibly productive, and he promised to visit the continent of Africa this year. Just don't have anything to lay out. As you know, the first lady has traveled to the continent, so has the vice president, and so we have kept our commitment in continuing to grow and develop that relationship with countries in Africa.
I don't even get that. What?
Usually, if Biden visits other countries, it means that America will spend several more millions or billions from the budget. Good plan, guys.
You know, you guys know much.
Earlier this week, you said the president was never in business with his son, but can you say specifically that the president did not have discussions of any kind with Hunter about his business dealings?
I've been asked this question multiple times in different variations in different ways. As you mentioned, I was asked this question multiple times on Monday. Nothing has changed. I don't have anything to add to what I stated on Monday.
Can you give us a preview of the president's briefing on heat?
I gave you a little bit of preview. He's going to be announcing some actions tomorrow. The extreme weather, as you all know, has been a difficult time for families and Americans across the country, especially out west. And so you're going to hear from the president about this. Let's not forget climate change. Climate change is real. That's why the president has taken some historic actions to deal with this issue, to deal with climate change, a crisis that he called when he first walked into this administration. And let's not forget, the Inflation Reduction Act is one of those laws that is giving or going to give the most resources to deal with climate change. The president is very proud of that, and you'll hear directly from him on this issue tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think my brain just committed suicide.
Stop what? Is climate a reality? Did you understand something she said? Karen, it's just a set of incomprehensible words that don't make sense. You were asked about Biden's son. You evaded the answer. You were asked about the climate, and you said it so strangely that I have a headache now.
Let's not forget climate change. Climate change is real.
President Biden spent most of his political career working on gun laws, on gun reform. Does he believe that someone who is charged with possessing a firearm illegally should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law?
So here, I'm going to be, I think I know where this question is going. And I'm just going to continue to say, as it relates to the case that we're seeing in Delaware, I'm just going to not speak to that. It is an independent matter. This is up for the Department of Justice. even with the question that you're asking me, it's one of those legal criminal matters, and it's up to that process, that legal process. I'm just not going to speak to it here.
When the president, when he was a senator, crafted gun legislation, as a president, he talks often about the need to get illegal firearms off of our streets. So when someone possesses one illegally, what does the president believe should happen to them?
The president has been very clear. He just laid out where his position has been, where his policies have been, what he was able to pass into law. I'm going to be very mindful here. I'm going to be very careful because I see where this question is going. And I'm just going to refer you, as this has been an independent investigation. It's overseen by the Department of Justice. I'm going to let them speak to this as they are moving forward.
Thank you.
Greetings. The president has nothing on his schedule today other than just daily presidential briefings. So, can you share with us what he's up to? How he's speaking with?
Yes, absolutely. So the president participated in an interview with Jay Shetty, who you all may know, to discuss the administration's effort to tackle the mental health crisis that affects millions of Americans. As you know, the president just yesterday announced a new rule to make sure that mental health is dealt with in parity, and that mental health is indeed health. You heard him say that directly yesterday. Jay Shetty's podcast, On Purpose, is the #1 health and wellness podcast with an average of 21 million downloads each month. So just so that you all have this, the interview will post on Monday, and he, of course, has internal meetings. He's had that throughout the day, and later today he's going to be delivering a toast at a gathering to just say goodbye and thank you to Lisa Terrell. As you all know, she will be leaving her position as the director of OLA, and so we will all be toasting her later today.
Say again, please. Houston, we have a problem.
There are two options. Either she pretends to be stupid or she is stupid. Was Biden clear? What? Are you serious? Does any of my viewers understand what she's talking about? Karen, please tell me what's the point of you if you were talking emptiness for 2 minutes? I mean, I thought you were talking, but at the same time, I heard an empty sound. How is this possible? You guys don't know what exactly you want and don't even understand how ordinary people live.
The president has been very clear. He just laid out where his position has been, what his policies have been, what he was able to pass into law. I'm going to be very mindful here. I'm going to be very careful because I
Take all these meaningless syllables with you in your scalp.
Here's Mueller has convinced yet another witness to cooperate.
The Russian investigation heating up on several fronts.
A White House at war
But I said, how do you pick somebody that hasn't done anything wrong?
with itself.
Stunning op-ed headline, I am a part of the resistance. Claiming to be a senior official.
And the Justice Department.
Deputy Attorney General Ron Rosenstein talked about possibly invoking the 25th Amendment.
Stein has disputed and denied that report.
If Democrats take control of the House, they are going to be a subpoena-generating machine. This White House is going to find itself playing permanent defense.
Trump has been waging a deliberate war on the whole idea that there is such a thing as independent justice.
What we hear about is phony Russia witch hunt. That's all we hear. escalating his assault on the investigators who are investigating aliens.
He's attacking the very nature of the Department of Justice.
The FBI, it is a disgrace.
Times award-winning
You entire intelligence community and the FBI as enemies.
a 2-hour special investigation.
And the team Mueller has assembled may be the A-team of prosecutors for an entire generation.
We should be afraid. We should be very afraid.
Inside the turmoil.
President Trump, the cloud, as he calls it, hangs over his entire presidency. That he doesn't really understand where it's going or what's coming next, and if it's coming for him.
The politics.
Collusion doing nothing.
This president may feel empowered to move either fire Bob Mueller, fire Jeff Sessions, or fire Rod Rosenstein, or find some way to shut this investigation down.
And the showdown with the 45th president. The way that the president will be removed, if that's the goal, is through impeachment and conviction by the Senate or through elections. And that's why it's the American people who are going to decide Trump's fate. The stakes could not be higher. Trump's showdown.
Finding news that Michael Cohen is an
Ordinary moment in American history.
Now to today's showdown about power between the president and Trump is elected up. It's about to get all the details. Intelligence officials are expected to be face to face with President Trump.
2 weeks before the inauguration, the battle lines between the new president and Washington's establishment were about to be drawn.
I was very concerned that Mr. Trump was prepared for the job, that he didn't have a good grasp of international affairs, the legislative process, U.S. law, intelligence capabilities, classified and reporting with Russia's hacking of U.S. political institutions.
On the street, Parker Row, 4 of the most powerful men in the United States government arrived.
I think there was a great deal of apprehension. You have the intelligence chiefs going in, knowing that their audience is skeptical of what they're about to say.
They were senior leaders of a group known as the IC, the intelligence community. James Clapper, the director of national intelligence. Admiral Mike Rogers was in charge of the NSA. Jim Comey was the director of the FBI. And John Brennan ran the CIA. They had come to tell Donald Trump that his election may have been compromised by Russian interference.
This was the most aggressive, the most direct, and most assertive campaign that the Russians ever mounted in the history of our elections to interfere and to somehow influence the outcome.
Behind closed doors, the IC briefing began.
It was several hours long. There was no equivocation of language, and we were very direct and very clear in terms of what it is that we did with the census.
There was no pushback. Because, and I think the reason was that the evidence that we laid out at the highly classified level was pretty compelling and been very hard to have pushback.
Trump didn't argue, but he later said he saw the talk of Russian interference as an assault on the legitimacy of his victory.
It's a challenge not just his legitimacy as president, but as his overall power, his overall sort of sense of his worth in terms of being there.
The IC chiefs had one more piece of news for the president-elect. Brennan, Clapper, and Rogers left the room. James Comey stayed behind to deliver it.
Comey pulls the president aside and he tells him, hey, listen, I need you to know that there's this, what we now call the dossier.
The dossier, a set of memos prepared by a former British spy, partially paid for by the Democrats. It was political dynamite.
The Russian regime has been cultivating, supporting, and assisting Trump for at least 5 years.
It's full of things that may be able to allow the Russians to blackmail him. It has information about him involved in perverted sexual acts,
to exploit Trump's personal obsessions and sexual perversion in order to obtain suitable compromising material on him.
The salacious and unverified allegations involved Trump and a number of Russian prostitutes in a Moscow hotel suite.
Whoa, not great. Not a great start to this relationship. And Comey worries about that.
In fact, Comey had been warned to be careful not to appear to threaten Trump. I called Jim, I got him on the phone. I said, Jim, have you ever met Donald Trump before? And a little to my surprise, he said, no, I have not. I said, Jim, you're in a very awkward spot here. I said, Jim, there's a fine distinction between just telling you this so you know versus just telling you this so you know and don't with me.
Just think about it in human terms. You'd be cautious if you were the new president about that, wouldn't you? If somebody comes to you with information that, I need to tell you this. On the one hand, you might receive that as, oh, that's a nice heads up. On the other hand, you might also receive it implicitly, I'm sure, as it was intended, as a threat.
As the two men sized each other up, the stakes could not have been higher.
It was a critical moment. It was the most important moment that would shape Trump's presidency.
Now, I don't know that Jim Comey necessarily went to that meeting thinking, my job is on the line. If he didn't, he should have.
Comey handed Trump a summary of the dossier.
And Trump denies it immediately and goes secrecy. Says, do I look like the kind of guy who needs to hire prostitutes?
Comey said he was giving Trump information he needed to know.
And the point was, in briefing him about it, was to inform him of its existence. We felt a duty to warn, if you will, and just so that he knew that it was out there.
But Trump was already distrustful of an FBI director who served under President Obama. Immediately after the meeting, Comey typed this memo from the back seat of his SUV.
He then started talking about all the women who had falsely accused him of grabbing or touching them, with particular mention of a stripper who said he grabbed her, and gave me the sense that he was defending himself to me.
It didn't surprise me at all that after having this meeting with the president-elect, that he immediately memorialized it so he had it as a record if he ever needed it.
In the aftermath of the meeting, back up in Trump Tower, the president-elect was furious.
Trump is talking to his top aides, and he views this as blackmail. It's a shakedown, he tells them. His assumption is that Comey is giving this to him to show him that he's got something on him.
We're talking about politically appointed individuals using intelligence potentially as a weapon against people who they politically disagree with.
Whenever an FBI director approaches a president-elect with something that was salacious and unverified, in Comey's words, and tells him about it, I think Mr. Trump realized that he's been in a tough business in New York, and he wants to shake that when he sees that.
This is CNN News. CNN has learned that the nation's top intelligence officials provided information to President-elect Donald Trump.
Trump feared the story would leak, and soon it did, on cable news.
Russian operatives claim to have compromising personal and financial information about
There's a controversial move by BuzzFeed last night, publishing a dossier sources.
Before long, the entire dossier was on the web.
But they have been detailed by numerous media outlets, including BuzzFeed, the New York Times, and CNN.
The next day, Trump went before the cameras to fight back.
I'd seen Trump a lot on the campaign trail, but I have to say I was surprised that he came out so vituperate and so angrily.
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed any information that turned out to be so false and fake out.
He expresses frustration. He knows it's a setup. He knows it's a plot to destroy him and people around him.
And that's something that Nazi Germany would have done and did do. I think it's a disgrace. Something the Gestapo would have done. Trump says that information that was false and fake and never happened got released to the public. I mean, he now viewed the media
entire intelligence community and the FBI as enemies.
Can you give us a question? Go ahead.
It was also a declaration of war on the press.
Your organization. You are attacking our news organization. Let's ask the question, sir. Go ahead, sir. Quiet. Mr. President-elect, go ahead. You say Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question? Can you give us a question? Can you state categorically, sir, go ahead. Can you state categorically that noting that Mr. President-elect
Trump's combative strategy would come to define his first years in office.
You did not answer whether any of your associates were in contact with the Russians. Sir, you did not answer whether any of your...
It would lead to a showdown with a special counsel that now threatens his presidency. Trump's combative nature had developed decades earlier. When he learned his method for attack and confrontation from this man, notorious lawyer and fixer Roy Cohn.
Trump was created by the politics of intimidation taught to him by his mentor, Roy Cohn, who really was his alter ego. He was his confidant. He was an ersatz father. He was the person who Trump went to with any kind of problem.
Cohn had become a national figure in the 1950s. During a different showdown in Washington.
The scene is Washington and the Senate Investigating Subcommittee. Mr. Cohn, his friend and aide, was present with Senator McCarthy.
The McCarthy hearings, an investigation to expose American communists. It was called a witch hunt.
McCarthy ripped into the reputations of both friend and pro-life.
Helping to run the show, Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn was known by anyone who understood anything about American history as being one of the architects of the most sinister period in American history.
There is detailed testimony tonight in the record that the general will just keep association. Personal association, let's do this over a period.
Cohn's tactics were to use any means possible to root out what he said were communists deep inside the government.
They smeared people as communists. They made up charges. They ruined lives. In some cases, drove people to suicide. Many people lost their jobs. Cohn never felt guilty for any of it for a moment. It was sheer political and career expediency.
After it all collapsed in shame and disgrace, Cohn returned to New York City. But his reputation as a ruthless attack political fixer made him notorious.
Roy Cohn had 20 years of being really aggressive, no holds barred, go to the jugular, fight back. Anybody says something to you, throw it back at them. Guy, he was famous for that behavior.
He was just what ambitious young Donald Trump was looking for. Trump hired him.
The family and the Trump organization and his father, Fred Trump, had been accused of racism in their housing practices.
Trump's regular lawyers, the ordinary kinds of lawyers, tell him, settle it, just move on, do the right thing. And he asks Roy Cohn about it. Roy Cohn says, don't settle it. Fight, fight, fight. You gotta fight. And that becomes kind of his early credo and his approach, which is even if you're in the wrong, fight.
We expect to be successful in court. We're not doing this for any other reason.
They countersued the U.S. government for $100 million. In court filings, Cohn compared the Department of Justice to the Nazis, alleging Gestapo-like tactics.
In a pattern we can recognize from Trump's behavior to this day, attacking the accusers, attacking indeed the Justice Department as a way to sort of throw a smokescreen around the original crime.
Cohn's suit against the Justice Department was thrown out. Trump forced to settle. They had lost. But in the press, Trump and Cohn declared victory.
It was just like it didn't matter. Facts were, this was a victory. We beat the government. It had nothing to do with reality.
He's a counterpuncher. Boom, boom, boom.
and admits nothing, never admit anything, never say you made a mistake, just keep coming. And if you lose, declare victory. And that's exactly what happened there. He lost as clearly as you can lose, but he loudly proclaimed his victory.
Cohn had given Trump a formula for survival and success. In lawsuits and life, Trump adopted Cohn's method. Always be on the offensive.
You can't say that I give up very easily.
Through more than 4,000 lawsuits, win or lose,
Unanimous vote, I'm very happy.
Trump would rely on what Roy Cohn taught him.
Not at all, we had a great victory, I'm happy as hell, thank you very much.
In the old days, the sport of kings and queens was horse racing. Now it's litigation. And Donald Trump definitely played that sport. And he played it very well.
There's a brand new team in charge of the White House, a brand new staff to keep
President Trump wakes up with a busy day ahead. This is just the beginning of 2022.
As president, Donald Trump came to Washington determined to confront the established order. He used Roy Cohn's attack strategy. Take on the powers that be.
Fighting with the media over
Roll with critics and the media.
falsely accusing the press.
Sort out friend from foe.
He's going to come in and he's just going to start action right away. He's not going to wait. He's not going to take his time. He knows what to do, and he's going to fix everything. He's going to set the world right immediately.
Wild day at the Trump White House. President Trump's travel ban has been blocked in the court.
Executive actions. Tweets. Firings.
He's a man always in motion. He always wants things. But you know what? People aren't used to that. People aren't used to a president who's going directly to the American people with his Twitter feed.
and a lot of chaos and controversy here in Washington.
So many leaks with impunity.
In Washington, it was seen as chaos. This was Trump's comfort zone.
He was going to shake things up. He was going to move at a much more rapid pace. It's very tough for the bureaucracy to kind of keep up. It's a little bit of a whiplash.
And there was a looming showdown with the FBI and James Comey. The two would face off again at a photo op.
Trump's dislike for James Comey was visceral. Comey was investigating the Russian collusion, and that made Trump extremely nervous. Partly it was the infamous briefing about the dossier that drove Trump crazy.
Comey is standing in a blue blazer against blue drapes. That was not an accident. He is standing literally as far away from Trump as it is possible to be in that room.
This time, Trump made it clear who was in charge.
And the president calls him out and says, no, come here.
So let's, and there's Jim. He's become more famous than me.
This guy's more famous than me, which Comey knows even then is going to be a problem.
Wanting to be sure that his arm was outstretched in just such a way as to create just a nice, distant handshake. But instead, the president pulls him in and goes for the hug. Why is it? It's unclear exactly why, but goes in for the hug.
Trump pulls him in and whispers something in his ear, but to the camera, it looks as if Trump is giving him a kiss on the cheek.
When somebody's president, the least tiny gesture is magnified by 12 billion times. So call somebody over, whisper in their ear, hug them. That's a big deal.
Comey sees danger. Comey sees politics. Comey doesn't want to be part of this. By pushing Jim Comey to come across the room and shake his hand, he was saying the tone of their relationship. You work for me. You're loyal to me, right? That's what he wants to know. He wants to know you're loyal to me.
For James Comey, Donald Trump was a threat to the FBI's independence. And on a personal level, a threat to the reputation he had built over a lifelong career in law enforcement. He had begun as an assistant United States attorney.
I first met Jim Comey 30 years ago when he and I both started as assistant U.S. attorneys in the Southern District of New York. Rudy Giuliani swore us in a few weeks apart. Jim Comey, certainly as a young prosecutor, was straight down the middle.
Tell me about it. Thank you.